All right. Good afternoon, good evening, and good day to everybody. Let me check something. I may have just put out the wrong. No, I think I did it right. Yeah, I did it right. All right, let's see if you guys can hear me. Yep. Okay. It's been quite a week, and looks like the stunner is still missing, so you guys would hear all of the racetrack stuff going on down the street. So let's get that restarted here, and hopefully it works this time. How's everybody doing this morning and evening and good day? So Anders says, good evening from Stockholm, Sweden at 1911. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so now the stunner should be working, and let's see if you guys can still hear me. The feed looks really choppy, but I'm showing up fine on the preview, so I'm guessing that's my connection back to YouTube. What do you mean it's not being used? It's not being used. Stand by. All right, let's try one more time with a check, mic check. Okay, good. All right, so had a Mac crash this morning, so all of my stuff is out of sorts. Feeding Motoko right now, so we'll see what kind of mood she's in for being on the show. And let's see here. But show and tell, we got a solar battery powering the network stack for the show today. Hopefully by next show we'll be powering the whole office. So we're not just using the solar offsets from the house in South Carolina. We are coming to you from the rays of the sunshine, which is nice. And let's load up some articles and get started. All right, how did this one go? Let's start with Musk and good news for Tesla owners. Then I'll find the rest of the articles where they went, and we'll work our way through them. All right, so Elon is saying that they're working on Tesla North American service. The goal is for 2/3 of the cars to receive the same day service with no wait. In my area, they're actually kind of on track for this. Like, there was one time where I had to leave the car, and they thought it'd be like 2 or 3 days, and it was ready that afternoon. Even though they hooked me up with a loaner and everything to be ready, which was cool. Loaners are still rare, but they still exist as well. The Uber credits also work just fine. I had to use them for another service recently as well. But next thing he says is also FSD beta 10.12.2 is now expanding to 100,000 cars. I don't know if that counts the existing 100,000 FSD beta users or if they're going for an additional 100,000 FSD beta users to bring it up to 200,000. And he says that 10.13 smooths out the intersection control, especially long lefts, and starts to handle roads with no map data at all. The last point is a big deal. Within a few months, FSD should be able to drive to a GPS point with zero map data, which is very important. I did find that on my drives yesterday, the car did not stop for the fake traffic lights that the map has inserted on the road near my house. Not even once. It did slow once, but I don't know if that was because it was making a left-hand turn and it had to slot itself into the left-hand turn lane, or if it was just that quick at recovering from the invalid data. Speaking of FSD beta 10.12.2, I did have 2 drives where I didn't have to touch the controls at all, and 2 drives where I didn't, or I just had to correct it with the turn signal or the lightning pedal. Uh, and then there was the initial drives, which were quite terrible, but still better than some of the original ones, but not as good as 10.11.2. But for some reason, my car is in that little habit where uh, during the day of the update, it drives like trash, and then the next morning, it's like it goes to sleep to think about life, and it comes back and it's at the level of performance that everybody else is reporting for that update. Now, I'm not in Southern California, so I don't have the perfect drive every day situation, but I don't want to call them liars or say that they're not telling the whole truth. I just want to say in my area with my car, it didn't work out the way that they say, but I did have those 4 trips where it was approaching the level that they're always bragging about. So I think we're making some great progress here, considering that we don't have a large set of Tesla engineers driving these roads, which is really cool. Let's see what else came through here. Uh, so let's move on to the next one. So my apps using the camera and apps sharing the screen icon is bright red now. I like that. But now I want to switch tabs. Can I do that? They got rid of my switch tabs button. Those jerks. Oh well. Uh, so here's what I'll do. I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Share screen. This other tab. Yes. This other tab is just him talking about FSC beta 10.12.2. But let's do it anyway. There we go. And I can close the other tab. It's not as smooth. Hopefully they bring back the switch tab button. I'll have to put in a feature request with the browser maker and see if they listen. It's Microsoft, so who knows? So we talked about that. Can we get more precise drop-off locations for hotels here in Vegas? I gave it the address, and it's done routing on Las Vegas Boulevard in front of the hotel. Would be beneficial for Tesla to watch rideshare drivers like me where real drop-off and pick-off locations are. Let's map this. That would also be great, like the IKEA in my town, for instance. It stops in the middle of the road next to the building, which there's no place to turn there. So when it gets there, I'd get either direction. Like when it gets to the driveway, I'd turn. Um, or as it's approaching the driveway, depending on which direction you're coming from, because it's in the middle of the building. So one side you're coming up and it stops, another side you're going past and it stops on a hill on a 2-lane road. Not the best. Your car will navigate to pin location even if in a complex parking surface lot or in a complex surface parking lot or hotel entrance. I like that because the car does have the pin on the right place, so that will be that'll be a game changer. When in covered or underground parking lots, the car will have to navigate using only inertial measurement, wheel movement, and vision, as GPS signal is no longer available. There are some covered spaces like awnings and stuff that you can get a signal, but I see where he's going with that. And it needs to be able to do that because they can't drive themselves as taxis if they can't do that. So let's see where else. This is a pretty good start for the day, eh? Let's see here. This is Motional in Vegas. They carved out their own pickup and drop-off locations here at the convention center, for example. They call it self-drive, but they have a driver and safety driver in the car still. Oh, Robotaxi doesn't need one of these. I agree. And Valentin Flischer says, nice. When will we get an update to the EU? Darn regulations. I think we've got an article on that as well today. Elon says, we're close to the point where offering something for EU regulators to review makes sense. And this person posted a meme of EU regulators being super slow. Oh, that's from, yeah, absolutely. Is it? Bring a towel. Drawing a blank. Sorry. It was a rough night. This one didn't get to sleep till like 4, and then I had a critical low sugar, so I had to wake up and deal with that, and didn't get back to sleep for a while. So Quite a morning. All right, so since I can't switch sharing tabs, let's go to something else. Let me find it first. They're all over the place. Let's do the one in OneNote first. But I skipped them last week. And we got a fair amount of them pulled up right here. So let's open a new tab. Bear with me. I don't like this not having the switch button. That was really nice. I do appreciate the bright red. Hey, here's the tab that's being recorded. That's nice, but it's not all. Almost back, guys. Almost back. So I can close that one. I'll leave it open. And let's go here. Share screen. There's this little video I found on. Well, somebody found it for me on Facebook. They're talking about bagasse. They're using sugarcane chaff basically to to make products like food trays, utensils, and unlike a lot of the biodegradable plastics and trays and stuff you find, you don't need special chemicals or special kilns to break it down. It'll do it right there in your compost bin or in the landfill even. Obviously, without air, everything in the landfill takes forever to degrade, but it will degrade. Unlike some of the ones that are essentially plastic, but bioplastic, where but without the special kiln, if you put it in your compost bin and stir it up, it'll be there for years. And I'll give you guys a link to that here. I thought it was pretty interesting. That's coming from Business Insider. It was a nice video. All right, and then we'll close this and go to the next one. Oh, so this one is expired. I'm sorry. I missed telling you guys about the free Memorial Day supercharging. I did tell you about blinkers on FSD Beta 10.12. Um, I have only seen the blinkers a handful of times, but when they are there, it's pretty cool. Yes, sweetie. Are you done with the milk? Okay. Oh, don't spit on me. Yeah. You want to say hello to everybody? She's getting big. Oh, yeah. You say hi to everybody? Say hi. Sometimes she can say hi. Well, I guess a burp works. Oh, wow. Yes. Oh, I'm glad I have this towel around your neck. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. You did it, not me. She threw up. All right, come on. Good? Okay. Okay. Guess what? Oh, your hands are covered? Well, I mean, did you want your hands covered or did you want old milk on your neck? There you go. Okay. All right, so we talked about the turn signals on FSD beta. Uh, the Shanghai factory started their second shift. So now they are very nearly up to their original rate of production before the latest COVID shutdown. And every time I get ready to hand you off, you get good. Okay. Tesla agrees to build a gigafactory in Indonesia. That one is kind of in the air. They're they're a lot further along than they ever were with India. Yes. The computer, please. Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to be cooped up in that satchel? Oh, yeah. All right, so I guess I'll get back with her later today. Yeah, she's getting huge. I like just from last week. I mean, like, it's incredible. uh, yeah, yeah, we have an emergency ration of formula should we need it, but thankfully she's on mom's milk, and um, and we've been blessed with like it wasn't that way at first. It took forever for her to flow in, but when she did, uh, she's been producing enough, which is good, and nutritious, and she's putting on weight, and she's thriving, even if she is trying to rule the house. uh, hey, Robert William, and yeah, sort of. Oh, speaking of which, the streaming provider platform Melon. They gave me a nice T-shirt which I forgot to put on, and this mug, and then my wife customized it. So let's put some Coke Zero in there, and we'll continue on with the show. If the stunner wasn't on, you guys would be able to hear it pouring. It sounded like coffee or another beverage. You hear the bubbles. This microphone is great, but because of all the people just drag racing down the street, I keep it stunned. It's because if I was talking and every 5 minutes you heard uh, somebody just roaring an engine, it isn't pleasant. All right, so speaking of the Indonesian Gigafactory, it is in progress. It's not finalized. It could fall apart at any minute, but so far so it's appearing is on schedule. Um, then we've got a report from Neo. Whoops, wrong button. I guess it's a good thing I've got these shortcuts here because now that the button's been removed for switching between tabs, I'll just have to hit this a little quicker. Neo is saying that the supply chain disruption, not demand, is their biggest challenge. So let's get a quote from them here. Let's paste it in the same article. Yeah, I remember how to do this. All right, so this is coming from their CEO, William Lee. He says basically the biggest challenge is making sure that supply chains are stable. And that's the same problem that everybody's reporting worldwide. And it doesn't matter, even if you're just right there um, in China, all that means is it takes less time once the part is ready for it to get to you. So the supply crunch is real and it affects everybody. I guess I could have left it open and then just copied the URLs into it. I think I'll do that. I'll open up a new window and just paste URLs into it. Let me do that. I'll break this away. Hit the share button. Hit the share button in the right window. There we go. So Shell is going to deploy 200 ABB 360 kilowatt chargers in Germany. And as we keep saying, that the networks are pretty robust in North America and in Europe, and they're getting better in Australia, but they need to be wherever you're going to be. So having more options doesn't hurt. It just means that as you make all of your daily trips, you have less juggling, less concerns to worry about, and it's really the way to do it. So, uh, congrats to Shell for doing the right thing there. They call themselves an energy company. Here they are proving it rather than being purely based on fossils. What would be really cool is if we see them pop up some solar on the awnings, to either offset or completely cover their charging, and we'll see where they go from there. So let's see what's next here. This one's fun. So EV subscription is now it's called Onto is adding Fiat's 500 to their fleet. So it should be the 500e for us to care about it. But I think that the Fiat only comes in a 500e now in Europe. I don't recall. So they're gonna offer 24 electric models from brands such as VW, Renault, Audi, and Tesla. Subscription starting at £379 per month. That's actually pretty low. Not bad. I mean, compared to like the weekly rentals, you're looking at $600 a week easily. So good on them. So the new 500e is a design icon. Will be the first convertible in our expanding fleet, and we're sure it'll be incredibly popular. Yeah, when you're on vacation, why would you not want a convertible if you're going like to the beach or something, and it'll work for you? Let's do it. And let's see. And then Robert William, you sent us a video. Let me see if I can't grab that since I've got this new screen share set up. Which I'll do. Copy this, paste it here, and then I'll come over here, messages. I think he said it in another format. I'll have to. He sent us a pretty cool promo shot of a new EV, and he saw Model 3. Had a good dinner. This thing is not alerting me to all your messages, dude. These are some cool messages. Uh, um, then he showed us a Model Y, his first one, and well, that one I did see. And then he talked to us. He sent us a copy of an article about the DeLorean. I think we might touch on that. Typically, I ignore all these concept cars unless it's from an established, like it looks like it's going to go into production from one of the legacy big three, for instance, or if it's one that like Tesla is showing off, somebody who's actually going to put it to market. But some of these other ones we don't typically show. But the DeLorean is big enough. So let me open that one up and we'll deal with it later. He sent us a picture of a jerk and um, oh no, here it is. I don't know why everything is arranged in such a fashion. Okay, so let's close that down. Let me get back here. Close that down. So let's talk about this article that I just pasted in there, and then we'll go back. So VenGT is reporting that they've got a scoop. Says that GM appears to have considered the possibility of putting dual charge ports on future electric trucks. Uh, After the intriguing dual port setups over the years on concept cars, I'd love to see this become a reality. So what this one is interesting to me is that on the F-150 Lightning, for instance, it's got a real port and a dummy port. When they were first unveiling it and the car spun around and everything, it looked like they were going to do um, dual charge ports, and we do see dual charge ports on some of the Audis and Porsches. Hey, Mario! Mario says he put a deposit on the Lucid Air. I think you're gonna love it. The ones I've seen, they look well put together, and the owners they're just raving about them. And it's a very stately car. It's fast as well, and it's great on fuel. So fuel electric. It's got great fuel economy. So I think you'll enjoy it, and we're gonna have to meet up and do a video on that when you get it because that's exciting. We did Brandon's Rivian truck. If you saw that one, so we can get you on there as well. Um, so the with the dual charge ports that you see on the Porsches and the Audis, they I think they have one AC port and one DC port, and then the ones that have two DC ports have one fast DC port and one not so fast DC port, which is kind of cool. And I'm hoping that Chevy does this, but what we might also see is like we saw on that Cascadia from International Freightliner from the truck company the other week, where the two CCS ports are beside each other, and if you can find a station that can do that, then you can double your speed, uh, which is also valid. But I like the idea of having it like the Porsche, where you have one on each side, and it gives you more flexibility in charging up. As far as like if you're pulling a trailer, or if one is back in and one is forward in, and the cable is longer on one side than the other. Uh, it's a lot easier just to be able to pull through or nose in and plug it up than having to drop your trailer and then figure it all out. So if Chevy does the dual-sided dual charge ports, that's going to be awesome. And even if they do the two side by side where you just go faster, that's thinking pretty well about their people. Because as we saw with the Ford F-150 Lightning test that went off this week, when you start towing, most vehicles, when you start towing, they lose a significant portion of range. I've seen up to 50%, but on my Model X, I haven't seen an actual 50% unless I'm speeding and towing at the load. It's typically anywhere from 30 to 40% range loss when I do that. But I'm also hoping the geometric truck, the Cybertruck, since it's so aerodynamic of a pull vehicle, that if you also are towing an aerodynamic trailer, that it will have less of a hit to the fuel economy. All right, so then let's pull up this article from, or not really an article, but this video from Robert William. There's a new vehicle available in Europe. I'm gonna have to mute it because they've got a lot of music. Yeah, Eddie. Sometimes they have one in the front and one in the back. Yeah, but usually the ones I've seen have been one on each side, or like we said with that truck, where they're two side by side. My favorite is there's a ferry, and it's got 36 of them bad boys side by side. You've got one row and then another row. It might even be three rows, and you can see them plug up all the CCS. And I think there's a Chatham version of the same boat. They just plug them all up right there on the dock, and it works. They can recharge their electric ferry very quickly. And the one I saw most recently didn't even have them all plugged in. So I think it's just like the semi truck, where if you can get it, it'll charge faster. And if you can't, you get what you have. Uh, I would hate to have to charge a whole ship off of a single CCS port at 350 kilowatts, because we're talking megawatt scale packs, and to do them at the kilowatt charge rate is going to be like an overnight charge for one of us on the AC outlet. Uh, it's like, we got a return trip in 15 minutes. Whoops. All right, so let's look at this video from Robert. I've got like I said, I had to mute it because they have commercial music, but this is coming from Renault, and let's play it. When I moved to California, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. It started playing. So the UK spec may vary, but they got a virtual showroom, and it looks like a fun little car. It reminds me of the ID series, but I don't believe that Renault is sharing, so I think it's just European styling is what that is. Yep. So it's a cool looking car. And let's move on to who was next. All right, so then all right, so you've got the article from the Express UK talking about the DeLorean. I am going to look and see what else I've pulled up on it, because I did pull something else up on it that will allow us to get some more photos and not have the copyrighted movie playing in the background. So Robert Williams found a jerk over here. The guy's got two EV charging spaces blocked with his Ford. He's got a couple tickets on the window, so hopefully they tow it away soon, because that's a jerk move right there. Have you guys seen anything like this recently? I thankfully have not seen as much of the people just blocking spaces. Mostly it's just if they if they're being lazy and the charge port is near the front of the building, for instance. Speaking of that dual charge port again, Ben also pointing out that somebody at my doorbell. Stand by. It's saying that you could also use those dual ports to charge other EVs. It's just somebody walking by. That's fine. Oh wow! So we've got I did a Kickstarter on the Eufy Smart Drop, and it's a box where you can accept deliveries, and it's like the Amazon locker but for one house, and it says that the representative actually used it today. So that's fun. Usually, what they do is they put my delivery on top of the box. It's like, okay, this is a delivery shelf now instead of a box. Um, but hey, it works because like anytime somebody walks by, it's like, hey, push the open button to make a delivery, and they just put it on top. Anyway, Ben was saying that you could possibly also use the dual ports to charge another EV, which is you'll need a dual headed cable for that, but I think that's a good idea. We have jerry cans and jump start cables now, so why not? Uh, and then Elon Musk was making well, shoot, he's got a lot of tweets, so we'll say him a lot this week, but he's making predictions again, and he once again predicts that Tesla self-driving cars won't have the need for humans next year. We'll see. He said this before, and from what I see, that it might be at that level of capability by the end of this year or the end of next year. If his any point navigation is as good as the improvement I saw on this last beta, then we're on the way. And when he says this, I'm not expecting it to actually be legal to operate without a driver, but I am expecting. I still say within 5 years. It'll be with a permit able to go on its own. He still says this year it'll be finished and ready to go, but we got to rely on politicians and regulators to get that ability to operate without anybody in the car. The other thing they got to do is plumb in that logic to the smart summon, and they need smart summon not to. Right now, smart summon drives like it's drunk, and it's a very stressful operating smart summon unless you're in a nice clear open area with no light poles or anything like that. It's fun to try it out, but I'll be ready to if they were to plug in the logic from the self driving of today into smart summon. I think that smart summon would perform much better because it's not supposed to work in parking lots, the self drive, but I see it do it all the time. Like it'll navigate the aisles, it'll bring you right to the front of the building, and it'll stop. Like, hey, we're here. It's like that's great, but you can't go park yourself. So let's go find a parking spot now. um, Other times with weird instances, like yesterday, we went to go pick up some lunch, and it brought us to the front of the place, and it didn't like the way the driveway looked. It was like triple wide business driveway, and the car thought it was in a turn lane, so it went to go back on the road, and I was like, no, let's get back into this driveway, and so I consider that to be the end of my drive. Um, so it's possible for this thing to be not needing us by the end of the year next year, but I'm not going to hold my breath because my 2016 was supposed to be able to leave the driveway, leave the garage, and meet me at the front door, um, which implied smart summon, but in my case, the garage and the driveway were kind of in line. So yes, if I didn't have it plugged in, it could at the end of the time before I sold it, it could open the door, drive out, close the door, and then park. Like park as in like put itself back in park, not um, go find a parking space, which Smart Summon could do. I think they could do it now with the technology they have because they switched the auto park from ultrasonic to vision, and they could just combine that with the existing smart summon. But I think it'd be better to change the base than to try that. All right, so Giga Shanghai should still be locked in until the um, middle of June. That's all we've got to say on that. Giga Berlin is working two shifts to ramp up production. So I think that the June report won't be as dire as people expected with the 3 weeks of shutdown of China. All right, then we talked about the visualizations in FSD beta. Now let's find my other window. And so anyone who tells you that Macs don't crash, they are pulling your leg. All right, so let's go to the ones I already outlined as being for the show. So we've got some more disinformation from the Wall Street Journal on EVs, and they say that the Model S uses 138 pounds of lithium, which has never been true. But if you look at the Tesla impact report from this year, the one that we talked about, the 400 and some odd pages, 140 pages, I don't recall. It outlined that their lithium counts for 1.5% of the full battery pack weight, and iron phosphate packs don't use any cobalt or nickel. So yeah, it's on page 101. He's got the link to it right here, so you can see. He's highlighted it. Lithium only accounts for 1.5% of the full battery pack weight. Additionally, phosphate packs contain no cobalt or nickel. And somebody did the math. We can do the math ourselves. All right, so let's say you've got a 1,000-pound battery. You're looking at about 15 pounds of lithium. And most of the batteries today don't weigh 1,000 pounds anymore either. So I think mine is one of the last of the heavy boys. Okay, cool. It put the article twice on my screen, so I thought it wasn't sharing. Let's come back here, move this over, and put you guys back on top so I can see what you're talking about. All right. Let's close him. So this one was a fun one. And it makes sense when you think about it. They're not just a car company. Elon has named Tesla's main rival, and it's way bigger than the auto industry. Now, the person who wrote the article came to a conclusion that nobody else did. Uh, so let's see here. So Holmars writes, major eye roll at the shareholders hating on the guy who made them rich just because the market had a downturn. Yeah, the whole market was down. It's all Elon's fault. Bro, he told you stock price was too high. He told you recession was coming. Why are you ignoring him and get mad at him? Musk says, yeah, indeed I did. However, I think that Tesla has the potential to be the most valuable company ever. When Tesla's market cap making sustainable energy products exceeds that of Aramco, producing fossil fuels, you know, the future is good for, well, will be good for Earth. So the person writing the article took it to be that Elon sees Aramco as the rival for Tesla. The way everybody else took it, the way I took it, is that Elon is saying that the fossil fuels are their rivalry, not GM, not Ford, not Honda, whoever. Um, and that makes sense to me because uh, they aren't just making cars; they're making solar panels. They're making. I've got somebody else's solar equipment behind me here, and on my roof at my other house, I've got or the house that my house, I should say, not the house I'm renting here. At my house, I've got non-Tesla solar as well, but I use it to charge my Tesla, and I like it. Um, they've got the solar, they've got the cars, they've got the batteries, they've got the grid batteries, they've got the virtual power plants, they've got the well, they don't really sell them anymore, but they've got the mega, not the mega packs, the power packs, which aren't quite grid scale, and you can use them to take your whole business off the grid, which is really cool to me. They've taken whole island nations off the grid. So yeah, their real rivalry, when you look at it and you look at the way he's pointing it out, is fossil fuels. I don't know how the robot plays into that, but I think that's just another adventure for them because with the robot, it is using their full self-driving AI technology, So that's just them being a software company through and through. But when you think about it, the auto bidder, which is their energy bidding solution, it's also an artificial intelligence. So this really just kind of furthers that for them. And in fact, it was able to pay off their Australian mega battery site within the first year, and that was incredible considering how much the thing cost, and the fact that they were looking at if they didn't get it installed in time, they were going to do it for free. All right, so next we've got a link from Holmar saying that Honda says the 2023 Acura Integra, a premium performance-oriented version of the Honda Civic, will be Acura's last new gas-powered vehicle. It's about time, Honda. About time. All right, so let's copy this one. No, let's just copy the article. And when you think about it, this makes sense. As I keep saying, it takes anywhere from 6 to 7 years for a traditional new slate car to get brought up, and 6 to 7 years from 2022, well, 2023, because 2022 is done for car makers. So 6 to 7 years from 2023 is 2030, and in most of the world, in 2030, selling a gas car is illegal. So why put millions of dollars into a new car model that's going to be illegal in most of the world? It doesn't make sense. So I give them props for saying the right thing, but I mean, you can't. They're just now getting onto it. It's like, come on, guys. Uh, yeah, they've got the clarity, and they've got what else do they have? They got the clarity, and I think they've still got a plug-in Accord, which no, that's the clarity too. Oh well, better late than never. Oh, computer, play nice. All right, so we've been keeping track on a couple of these. Yes, thank you, Anders. Click the like button. Um, we've been talking a little bit about these drones. Uh, I don't really think they're the solution. I think they're a good option. The reason I don't think they're a good solution is uh, noise. To move that much air makes noise, and also if you were to offer them to okay, if you were to offer them, she was playing copyrighted music and it might have got through. Uh, the If you give them private use, we've seen how some of these folks will drive their cars around, even in places that do inspections. And I'm fine with companies owning these that have FAA accountability and everything like that. Again, sparingly, because these things are going to be hellaciously loud. Um, but hey, if you got to get somewhere quick, you got an extra $200 to get to your appointment, and you got to fly over traffic. Hey, why not? But the other thing is that they're all EVs, so they're on brand for us. And what was the point of this article? So the FAA says they can start running commercially, which is pretty cool. We'll see what they charge. All right, so Toyota backed Joby. What does it say the restrictions are on their commercial? They certification gives necessary clearance for and it's a significant milestone. The company still has regulatory hurdles to clear before its five-seater aircraft can legally fly passengers. And does it say what's left? They piloted the piloted prototype met with an accident at a test flight in California, but no injuries were reported. So yeah, I guess that's one thing you got to get so many hours of safe flight. Um, and they netted $62.3 million loss this quarter. Well, I mean, you got to spend money to make money, right? All right, so this one's a little fun. If you've got a newer Tesla or a Model 3, the car will soon roll up its windows automatically when it rains. And that's pretty cool. And then Drive Tesla Canada also shows you how to do it yourself today if you want to have a workaround other than opening your app and pushing close windows because you got a rain alert from your weather app. Uh, on mine, if I push the open windows button, it gives me a warning that they won't be able to close back, which is totally true. Um, so you want to enable close windows on lock, and your car will automatically lock the windows when away. Uh, Not the same thing, really. I was thinking he was going to say something like, here, use if this and that, and when the weather comes up, you push go and it'll roll your windows up. Um, but walk-away lock works, and you can use the app. So we've got some good news on battery recycling. As I keep saying, nobody's going to be just throwing away batteries because even the completely dead ones are worth a good bit of money because of the amount of minerals, raw minerals that are in them. Actually, not even raw, processed minerals that are in them, refined. So Li-Cycle has partnered with LG to recycle their battery manufacturing scrap. And we keep saying that the Tesla and whoever else it was is drawing a blank at the moment right now, but one of the other manufacturers that actually makes their own batteries, they recycle all of their scrap today. So they're already battery recycling. So that way, when the drivers, when they're done with their cars and they've completely worn out, and nobody's buying the battery from the junkyard because it is completely dead, uh, at that point, they can just feed them in with the existing factory scrap and recycle them as well. Or for wrecked cars where the battery is not in a condition where uh, you can make use of the modules. You can then de-energize that and then ship it to them to recycle. So good on Li-Cycle for getting this contract with LG. And we've got another new car model, which looks kind of cool, available in the UK. This isn't as smooth as being able to switch the sharing tab, but it's working. So the 30,000 pound Aura Funky Cat First Edition is going to kickstart UK sales this fall, and it's going to be a hatchback, and it's got a funny name, the Aura Funky Cat. I kind of like that. I hadn't had breakfast yet, so bear with me. Don't need another critical low. This is coming from Great Wall Motor in China, and the Aura only makes EV cars, so that's good. Yeah, the Aura Funky Cat from China in the UK. Looking at a 48 kilowatt hour pack with a WLTP range of 193 miles and 6.6 kilowatt single phase and 11 kilowatt three phase charging. That's standard, not bad. And 80 kilowatts of DC rapid fast charging with CCS. All right. So the Chinese are starting to expand. You got Neo, you've got who's the other one? They're expanding across Europe. So the traditional automakers, they better look out. That's one thing they were afraid of with their whole dealership laws, was that while they were punching holes in for Tesla or trying to block them, that they were also opening the way for the Chinese to come here, assuming they can meet regulations like crash tests. What they might find that is in their zeal to lock out Tesla, they may have stepped too far, and then when their anti-competitive stuff gets rolled back, it just opens the door for everybody, not just Rivian and Tesla. So, and Lucid. So this is looking like it's probably going to be about 100-mile range, but depending on what your use case is, you might not need more than 100 real world miles. I say real world because the WLTP is a joke. This doesn't look bad. I like the styling on it. Kind of like Porsche headlights with a little bit of a Fiat-y style. Um, 15 to 80% will take 5 to 6 hours using the home charger. assuming you don't have three-phase power. 3 to 4 hours on three-phase, and it'll take about 40 minutes on the 80 kilowatt rapid charger. That's not bad. So let's see, it comes with 18-inch alloys, LED headlights, wireless phone charging, power front seats. That's not bad. I mean, for the price, that's not bad. It's like first gen Nissan Leaf, but with modern tech. And the rear doesn't even look bad. Like I said, Nissan Leaf, but without the weird vertical taillights that thing had. Porsche style front lights. I mean, assuming that this thing is safe for the crash test, I'd be fine putting a kid in this. Uh, got a little front fender charge port. Because as I keep saying, with these short range cars, they're good for city dwellers, and if you have a kid off at school because they can't get away without a lot of planning. But if it's a second car, then you don't necessarily want to take your second car on road trips. You'll take your main car on your road trips. So if you're going to just commute in it, then that's also a choice. All right, so let's see. Um, oh wow, look at this. Good news from GM. They want their fleet customers to buy EVs, not fossils. The company's fleet department has reportedly managed to get 370 companies to order 85,000 Chevrolet Silverado EV work trucks instead of the gas version. And I think it's an easy sell because if it's anything like the Lightning, you've got your power output, you've got your quietness, you've got the lower running costs, the lower maintenance costs, and all these things that appeal to a fleet buyer. You got every little bean counting, and then the fact that these things are worth more on resale. They retain more of their value, which is pretty cool. So let's see, how did they phrase this? What was once tell me about is now help me develop a plan to get there. Their interest regarding EVs at this point is extremely high. Fleet companies need replacement vehicles. They're tools of the trade and tools of their business, just like laptop computers. Our demand has never been greater than it is right now. We're going to be up significantly more than the rest of the industry. I agree, Eddie. I totally agree. They talk a good game, but they needed to deliver, and hopefully this quarter we see a significant jump in their numbers. They better out deliver the Mazda because getting out delivered by the Mazda was a shame with that car only being 100 miles and 40 grand in the U.S. today. And yeah, they bring up a good point. It's worth noting that GM's main rival, Ford, already has its $40,000 sub $40,000 electric pickup truck that can be used as a work truck on sale today, as well as an electric version of the Transit. Oh, we've got some great Ford news this week. That's coming up. All right, let me take these pills real quick. So moving on to the next article. We talked about this hydrofoil boat a couple weeks ago. Now, the Candela P8 Voyager has been unveiled in Venice, and let's see. The difference now is that they've got the taxi version available today, which is really cool. Because last time we looked at it, it was just more of a speedboat, pleasure boat, and it has all the same specs, which is really cool. All right, so let's duplicate this tab. There we go. I'd already fixed that. Um, they're getting money, so screw them. You don't need money on top of the ads. If they would, ensure that that I wouldn't get a virus from their ads, I might consider it. But it's they don't do any filtering, and it's. Mm-mm. So this one's inside EVs. I took the tweet, not the article. I agree, Eddie. They should do an E-Miata. I think that thing would do well, but when you consider that their CX whatever, their crossover 100-mile midsize SUV can only do 100 miles, I don't think that they're trying to go beyond Zoom Zoom before they have to, which is insane because electric cars have more Zoom Zoom than the fossils do in the first place. So Nissan has told their U.S. dealers to stop taking orders for 2023. He explains that it's better to limit orders to what can realistically be delivered in a timely manner. Now, I'm going to say that I disagree. You should take all the orders you can, and then give them a realistic timeline for when the orders beyond this year model are available. So say, hey, 2023 is sold out, but we're now taking orders for 2024 and 2025. Because if they know upfront they're waiting, then that's on them. If they know upfront that the price isn't fixed, if you're worried about you committing to a price and not knowing what's going to go on in 2 years, that's fine too. Hey, this deposit is just to keep you in line. We're not guaranteeing your price. There are still people who are going to do that, and so now what happens is if somebody wants this car, but they don't want to sit there and sit there and mine the inventory levels and look for dealers that have some sales that didn't go through and blah blah blah. What they're going to do is they're going to get in line. They're going to buy a Tesla. They're going to get in line. They're going to buy a GM. So you're hurting yourself, Nissan, by cutting off the orders. I mean, because even GM and Ford, they are sold out for 2023, but they're getting ready to start on the next order book. Yeah, they shut them down, but at least they're letting you know, hey, this is the next order book. I still kind of like the Rivian and Tesla approach. Just keep taking orders, and it'll get here when it gets here. And see, this is the bad messaging right here. It's not clear how long they keep the books closed. At least Ford and GM said coming soon. So I guess in their case, it's a matter they want to guarantee the price and how many they're going to build for the next year. So they can say, hey, here, here, and here. And then Ford's got something coming up as well to make it even easier on themselves. All right, why is this still open? There we go. Close that one. Then we got a tweet from John Volker, which I thought was pretty fun. Uh, it's an electric car on the moon. It says one of a kind, parked in the same spot since 1972, not for sale. And then John writes, ran when parked. Yes, it did. So technically, assuming that the components all haven't degraded to heck, you could come up there with some new batteries that are compatible and fire this thing off because the tires are made of metal, not rubber. So there's no degradation there. Just a matter of if everything else is still in working order. What does it need to pass the safety? Low miles, satellite radio, air conditioning, undergoing panels off respray. Will it remote start? That's a good question. I didn't have solar panels, so could it remote start if you had fresh batteries for it? One owner. Yeah, they had to be because you can't fill them with air because the well, I guess you could fill them there, but the expense of keeping a tire inflated like that in the vacuum of space is not worth it. Plus the safety issues if it had a blowout. So they're filled with the vacuum of space, and then they've got like a we've seen some modern interpretations of this tire, and hopefully they take off. But they're still in the R&D phase on these style new versions of these for planet Earth. Yep, they are wireframed. Absolutely Hucky Day. I thought it was pretty cool the way they did those ones, but the fact that somebody brought the technology back, I think that's even more impressive. And the fact that they're trying to use it on Earth, the demonstration was off-road vehicles and jeeps. Uh, they're actually, I think NASA is the one using them today. Those prototypes, because they're going to try and use it on Mars, and so that's why they're here on Earth using them. Not that they're trying to commercialize it for Earth, but they're still R&D, they're still prototype. Uh, I wish them well because you will need them, and next if we want to drive around the moon again, or on other planets, depending on what their atmosphere is like. So then Holmars pointed out that this is really good news. The UK electric grid has been running without coal for 25 days, and that was as of May 30th. Oh, that's cool. Tesla Powerwall is unofficially in Thailand through third party already, which is pretty cool because the cars are there officially now. I didn't realize that wasn't the whole portfolio. Gonna be a crapshoot this winter, though. I don't know. Millions of warrant of power cuts. We'll see. Um, Click into here. So this is coming from Coal GB Grid. It's an automated account that tracks the UK coal usage. So coal is generating 0.0 gigawatts, 0% out of 24.83 gigawatts. Continuous time without coal, 24 days and 17 hours. So let's see what today looks like for them. Oh, June 16th. The coal-free run ended at 67 days, 22 hours, and 55 minutes. So the whole country was coal-free on nuclear, gas, wind, imports, biomass, solar, and large hydro, as well as battery storage at less than 1%. That is phenomenal. And how much coal did they use to end their streak? This is the longest run without coal for Great Britain since 1882. Wow. Congrats, guys. So it was 31 days, 5 hours. Okay, okay. This is in 2020. So today they're at 31 days and 5 hours. So they're creeping back up there. They're creeping back up there. I didn't realize that was a pinned tweet. I might follow this one. That's interesting to me. All right, so let's see the next one. This is some good news. So, remember when Tesla stopped allowing you to do the lease buybacks on the Model S and the Model X? That might have made them a lot of money. They already never allowed it on the Model 3 and the Model Y. So this guy, Matt Smith, is saying that my estimate is that the fair market value is about 3 times the book value of Tesla's leased vehicles. So as of 3/31, Tesla had a book value of leased vehicles of $4.7 billion, meaning that if those economics held true, Tesla will be sitting on a gain of $9.4 billion in recognizable over the next 12 quarters. That's pretty good. And initially, Elon was talking about robotaxi was the whole reason they were going to not let you buy your Model 3 back. But now, with the way the used car market is, they could be making some massive profit because we're seeing that a lot of folks right now who are just running into these extreme offers for their Model 3s and Model S's and Model X's and Model Ys. One guy bought his car for 50 grand and they offered him 75. I don't know if he took it or not because he was like, well, what am I going to drive next? while I wait for the new one to get built. And a couple other people did take the offers, and they're either on work from home or they have another car, or they already have another order that's in play but not quite ready to go yet. So good on them for taking advantage of the market. This also will look really interesting on the Tesla accounting because leases are counted differently than sales. And so when the lease stops being a drag and then they sell it for 3 times what they had it on the books for in the first place, that's like making money right there. Again, this is not a stock show, not advice, but it's something to consider if you want to run it past your whatever your advisory situation is, either um, friends, a broker, just something you can look up yourself. I just thought it was interesting. He says now it's certainly possible that my estimates were way too aggressive or that Tesla's residual value booking policies may have changed over time, but it seems more than likely uh, than not to me that the residual values will be a source of sustainable higher margins going forward. That makes sense to me as well. Ross Gerber is a venture capitalist, I believe, or at least a big investor. He says that's an interesting point. What does he say he is? Yeah, so he's a venture capital investment advisor, all that. Um, I'm sure my specific estimates will be off in some way, but I struggle to see how this isn't a meaningful source of margin going forward. Accounting rules were never designed to contemplate cars as appreciating assets. Exactly, because cars are depreciating assets. That's why you lease them in the first place. um, yeah, absolutely, good point. So how much is the effects on the earning quarter? It's going to take until they actually sell them, though, I believe. So 10 billion over 12 quarters, 830 million per quarter on average, with starting quarters much lower and continuing rising over the last quarters. And that's true because a lot of the Model 3s that were released are now at their 3-year mark. And actually, some of them are their 4-year mark now because there were people who got their Model 3s well before I got my Model X. And my Model X turns 4 this year. So let's go on to the next thing. All right, so yeah, I promised you some DeLorean. Leilani Munter has tweeted this. She is a retired vegan race car driver, and that's why I wanted to wait because Ryan McAfee, DMC Ryan, his name DeLorean Motor Company Ryan. He's you may have known him from Xbox Magazine or um, any number of places. He is really an enthusiast on this. So let's read his summary on this. I wish they showed the frunk in the trunk. Maybe tomorrow in the actual reveal we get a glimpse. Ryan says, what I've got on IGN is the reveal. The website went live early for people who signed up for their mailing list. The actual car will be shown at Pebble Beach this August. Oh, that's pretty cool right there because Pebble Beach is pretty prestigious. So let's look at his report. And then let's also give you guys a link to the report. Hockey Day says Mark's car is now 4 years old, so leases are due on Model 3. Absolutely, because I think you can only extend it once, maybe twice. So that's really cool. I don't want music, but I want to restart this thing. Is that possible? um, it's a 4-seater, yep. It kept the gull wing doors. The new car revives the Medusa sedan concept that the original company started developing prior to its bankruptcy in 1982. Okay, so it's still got some DeLorean EV will feature 2 large gull wing doors that expose the first and second row seating. So with it keeping the concept alive from 1982, then this is more. A lot of people were like looking at it and saying, "Oh, it's not good enough. It doesn't have stainless steel." Blah blah blah. So maybe this is more true to the roots than us outsiders realize. Targeting 100 kilowatt hour pack, should provide over 300 miles of range and dual motor all wheel drive setup. Okay, it's pretty standard these days. I like those wheels. Accelerate 0 to 60 in 2.99 seconds. That's 88 miles in 4.35 seconds with a top speed of 155. That's plenty fast. Pricing expected in the $175,000 range, with production expected to begin in the next couple of years. The full public reveal takes place on May 31st at the UK, and he said that's in here. And yeah, so let's. Can I stop this thing? The Mega Drive sounds interesting. Right, so they revealed their new take, blah blah blah, 100 kilowatt hour battery pack, 0 to 88, you know why, in 4.35 seconds. Top speed 155. Pricing. It's going to be built at their new San Antonio, Texas facility in the next couple of years, and the specs listed for the base performance model. So you can have a premium performance model or a sport performance model. Interesting. Uh, the new incarnation of DMC, which shares only the name, worked with Giorgetto's. I can't even do this Italian name. Giorgetto Giargo, Ital design on the new look. Hockaday points out it's about the size of a Model 3, so that should make getting into the rear easier then, since it's the whole side of the car goes up. Twin turbo version of its PRV V6 was planned for DeLorean such as VIN 502, but the company did not survive long enough to officially put the upgraded engine into production. Yeah, the DeLorean company is interesting. Like, you can still get a new DeLorean today, 1982 DeLorean. They just put together from parts. The DeLorean EV was revealed today to those who signed up for early access. The full public reveal will be tomorrow, which is the same thing, and then it'll be showed off at Pebble Beach on August 18th. Speaking of August 18th, on August 19th was going to be a Tesla AI Day 2. That has been pushed back, and I've got a tweet on that for you guys. Yeah, it should have been called Back to the Future. That would have been awesome. I like it. All right, so let's move on to the next thing. All right, so the drag coefficient on this thing is 0.23, which isn't bad. It's actually really good. Then we've got some more pictures of it here from Sawyer Merritt. Let's see what pictures they offer here on this site, because they may all be there. I mean, I like the wheels. It's not a bad placement for the charge port. However, it would have been better on the passenger side, because then you could still use the supercharger network. There's still time to move it. Yeah, I agree. I was disappointed to find out it wasn't stainless as well. But when you look at why the Cybertruck is shaped the way it is, it makes sense that they didn't do that. Would have been expensive to do stainless and make it shaped like this. But at the same time, it's a DeLorean. It doesn't have to be rounded. It could be square just fine, or it's not square but angular. Supposedly it does have a flex capacitor in it. Yeah, every capacitor is a flex capacitor, so it does. There's several. Let's go on to the next picture. So it's very Model X looking. That's the one thing I've noticed on Model X with the new FSD beta visualizations is every SUV has got the little seam in the middle at some point in its status of being spotted by the car. And then as it gets closer, the roof smooths out. Unless it is a Model X, then it keeps the. Oh, you mean like the one from the movie? That is cool. I like that. I like that. So that would be a nice little option. Yes, I like that. That's clever. Right, so those back seats don't look bad. Is this gonna be a four-seater? Because I'm not seeing like how anybody could fit in the middle between the two. All right, that interior doesn't look bad. I'd go for a yoke myself, but you can add it. Yeah, it's definitely a four-seater. That armrest doesn't look like it moves up. My Volt was a four-seater, and that was typically not an issue, but occasionally it was. some luck. I'd love to see some of these on the road, and I would definitely like to take one out for a spin. That looks cool. And that's the one they showed us originally, the little preview. So this one from Sawyer is definitely got some more photos for us to look at here. Yeah, like the line drawing, and then a top-down view. Then a link to their website, pricing. Got Ryan's link to his own article. Go back to Germany. The Giga Berlin update. So the drone army has been doing their thing. Let's take a look at the photos while I take a bite here. I'm not trying to drag the photo. I want to click the photo. There we go. What we're seeing here is the entrance lobby getting windows, employee parking lot being beautiful, solar panels on the on this section of the roof. There they are, solar panels, and lots of roofs still to go. Will they keep expanding the panels? Yeah, why not? All right, let's see what people said about it. Employee parking lot with no charger says a lot. Not necessarily, because they've got chargers at Fremont, and when you consider that um, they've got the employee ferry train coming, and James Cat says still under construction. Yeah, see right there. I was going to say, I bet you they can just add them later, and there they are adding it right now. And these are Tesla wall connectors right there. So they expect them to be driving Model 3s and Model Ys. That or it's going to be the, this is Europe. They use the standard connector in Europe. So they would use the Tesla one no matter what you drive with an EV because it'll work on everybody's car. Look at all the cabling for that. That's going to be massive. It looks like they're planning even for the interior rows as well. Good. It's always good to see the employees driving the product that they're building, not just as a show of like comfort to the customers, but also I always feel good being able to own the product that I'm selling. Oh, come on, computer's fighting me. The China's Zeekr is celebrating the delivery of their 20,000th Zeekr 001. Sales of the new model started 7 months ago, back in October. It's another slick-looking car. I think we need to step up our game if we're going to continue to compete with China without just keeping them out of the market. Especially like this points out, the Zeekr is part of Geely, which means it's a sister company to Volvo and Polestar, also Chinese companies. Um, Technically, Volvo is Swedish, but they're Chinese because they're owned by Geely. Just like Stellantis is Chrysler is not Chrysler. Chrysler is Stellantis. So March and April were slower than previous months due to supply challenges, but it seems that they are improving now. In April, they delivered 2137 units, 16,385 cumulatively, which indicates this month that the volume is back above 3,000 units with a few more days to go. It might be the best month so far. That is phenomenal. No more pictures of this car, eh? Oh, there we go. Gotta walk around. Looks better in red. They're gonna have a MPV next, so they're gonna launch the next one as a crossover or a van. It's got 86 kilowatt hours for all-wheel drive, 100 kilowatt hours for rear-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, for around 300 miles range on, I'm assuming, the European cycle. Uh, the batteries are supplied by Cattle, and the Z battery has an 800-volt system with liquid-cooled heat pump. Oh my goodness. There are going to be a lot of automakers going out of business. Like we see a lot of specs that don't touch this. So, who do you think is going to be the first to fall? I think Honda and Toyota don't stand much of a chance. Toyota's big enough that they can survive whatever they've done to themselves. Nissan, if they can get more EVs out there, like after the Aria, they might stand a chance because they've got a history there. Wow, that is competitive. All right, so it's speaking of cattle, uh, Europe's top electric bus maker Solaris has formed a deal with cattle for LFP, lithium iron phosphate cell technology, cell to pack, cells and cell to pack technology. Okay, awesome. So they've got ready-made loose cells that they're going to make themselves, as well as modules that they're going to turn into a pack. No details about the volume, but considering that LFP appears to be one of the core solutions for heavy-duty vehicles, it might quickly become the main source used by Solaris. I've got 100 pounds of lithium iron phosphate behind me right here. Apparently, according to the app, let me see if I can't share that. Um, I certainly can. So according to the app, let's go to the one in the office. It'll run my office for 8 days and 10 hours with just the network stack. So that's the server and all the networking equipment. Uh, Starlink is actually in the kitchen, and it'll also run for 8 days and 10 hours. So I think that the conversion of this, the AC, is what's going to take all that, because Starlink's only burning 56 watts right now, 54. Um, it it used to burn over 100 on the original Starlink, so the regular dishy, not my squishy. And Elon said we'd be able to run it from a cigarette lighter outlet soon enough for mobile, and I think we're getting there. So what I was saying about the locker drop is that Amazon delivered the solar extension cables I need to be able to reach both of these places, so these can be running on solar input instead of AC input, which is pretty cool. Go back to the office, and then once I get the solar hooked up, I'll go ahead and I'll put the rest of the office on there. And says way more e-buses are on the way. Absolutely. All right, so I want to go back to the web. And then how do I close? There we go. Next. All right, so we talked about Zeekr. All right, and then I'm just going to read the tweet rather than go to Goldman. Goldman Sachs says that the price of three key battery metals, cobalt, lithium, and nickel, will drop over the next 2 years after investors wanting exposure to the green energy transition piled in too quickly. And we talked about this, where the price of nickel went up substantially, like over 40 times. End my camera real quick and bring it back because it's stuttering. Okay, cool. I'm not upside down. Always a plus. And we're back in full motion again. Yeah, so as we saw with the price increases on some of these battery metal components, it's been ridiculous, and so Goldman is suggesting that it'll come back in line but at the same time, it's as Elon said, it's not a matter of lack of the minerals; it's lack of supply of the minerals. So you've got to have somebody to mine the ore, somebody to process the ore, somebody to sell the refined metals, and we're just now getting there. Everything takes time. This is another key point: is if the demand for EVs and laptops and cell phones and everything else outstrips the increased supply, then it'll continue to be supply constrained. But that doesn't mean the price won't start to go down because the supply will be up. As long as the demand doesn't go up at the same level, it will come down. Till 2024 only. That makes sense because that's when all the traditional auto factories come online. Right now, the bottlenecks are the production lines. Yep. All right, moving on. Uh, if battery prices fall even faster relative to fossil fuels, that will spur EV adoption. Yes, that's correct. All right. And according to a report by local media, Giga Shanghai began double shift production May 23rd with output already essentially at the same level as before lockdown and before lockdown and I guess they're saying the pandemic lockdown, and is expected to return to full normal levels next month. So that's a good thing. Whistler's put it at 125% of pre-lockdown levels. That would be awesome if they could do that. I'm not counting on that. Of course, they're treating the employees well. They didn't riot when let go like the Apple ones did. All right, we've got another confirmation on the double shift and production being returned back to the original levels. All right, that's not EV news. That's Mac news. All right, so then we've got another awesomely weird Alibaba EV of the day from Electric. And this one is what they called a Chinese electric car without a rear end. And let's see what we know about this one. If you live in a rainy area with zero wind, you might stay dry. If the windshield wipers any indication, they expect to see some rain, or it might be a legal requirement. This looks like a Renault Twizy with no side doors or back. Exactly what it looks like, especially this one here with the doors. Looks like a Twizy to me. So that was fun. All right, so then there was a 4-hour interview of Elon with Tesla owners of Silicon Valley, and I'll watch that later. Probably tonight while cutting the grass or something. Dan says it looks like a FUV three-seater. Yeah, yeah, but four wheels. So I don't think it would count as a motorcycle. All right, we talked about the coal. Um, so speaking of Fiat, Fiat is set to drop all non-electrified models in the UK. The automaker will stop selling ICE-only vehicles in the UK from July onwards. So that that car service that we are talking about, regardless of whether it was a Fiat 500e or not, anything they don't get after July, anything they don't get before July is up, will not be a fossil. So even better. And I kind of like the way this looks. This with the convertible top and everything. This step in Fiat's history marks a pivotal point in our commitment to providing affordable, sustainable mobility solutions for all of our customers. The move lends itself to our vehicles, which are suited for urban areas. Currently, Fiat only has two all-electric offerings, the 500e and the Ulysses. However, more electric Fiats are coming soon. What is this? Ulysses? A van! Okay. So if they're part of Stellantis, then that's probably just their van with the Fiat front end, because Stellantis has some vans that they every brand just puts their own front end on the thing. Doesn't look bad. All right, moving on. The Jeep ad features new Jurassic World Dinosaur and 4xe models. So Jurassic World Dominion comes out soon, and will feature Jeeps. Movie Jurassic World Dominion is coming out in just over a week, and Jeep revealed a Jurassic World commercial will be coming on the lead up to it. Let's see here. Robert says he's making gluten-free vegan roast potatoes, fish, vegetables, and gluten-free vegan organic lemon cheesecake. Interesting. All right, so there's the Jeep 4xe. Well, not there in the camera, but next to the guy, right there, charging. Okay. There's the little Raptor. Oh, well, doesn't matter what he said. There was music. Yeah, I don't think anybody would actually. Well, that one, yeah, but I don't think anybody would react like that to the one in the door. This would be a fun movie. Uh-oh. Oh. This is the conclusion of Jurassic Park, isn't it? It's been a long run from 1991. Oh, good to see you.
Hey, how's it going?
Going well.
Good deal. All right.
Yeah, Dan, that's not a minivan. That's a full-size van for work. So if you're going to be delivering Amazon packages, that's for you.
Oh, hey Dan. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
He just put that on the thread there.
Oh, okay. He's popping in and out.
Yeah, so he was saying that Fiat van that we showed off would be the minivan for Mini Dan, and that it would be more akin to if he wanted to do an Amazon delivery van.
Word. Okay. I was out running, so the last 30 minutes I was not able to be paying attention, so you might have to catch me up, or I'll just move forward with you.
We'll just roll forward. It was just some good news. We talked about DeLorean. We talked about Fiat's going all electric, so they're canceling their fossil brands. We talked about Honda going all electric in 2030
All
when it's
right.
required.
A little late, but I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, they good on them for doing what's legal, but they could have done so much better. All right, so Stellantis pleads guilty to pay $300 million fine to settle U.S. diesel emissions probe. So yet another Dieselgate, and we'll see how they handle this. Eddie says he sees a few plug-in hybrid Jeeps at the charging line. That's good to hear. So I'm glad that they were made to pay up. They're obviously not going to be starting a charging network like Volkswagen did with Electrify America.
I want which Stellantis vehicles.
Let's see. The U.S. Department of Justice in courts Friday said the FCA purposely calibrated the emissions control systems on subject vehicles to produce less NOx during federal test procedures or driving cycles than when the vehicle was driven by FCA's customers under normal conditions. The EcoDiesel engine spanning from 2014 to 2016 model years, the company's second generation version. Um, the automaker pleaded guilty to one count of conspiracy to defraud the United States, commit wire fraud, and violate the Clean Air Act. The plea agreement includes a fine of just $96.1 million, along with a forfeiture of $203.6 million in gains derived from the conduct. You're not making the customers whole? They know who bought them?
I am willing to bet that there's more. There's actually going to be more companies over time
Oh,
that we're going
yeah.
to find out have been doing this.
These are
Like
just the ones that
all of
got
them,
caught.
like
Right,
really all
right.
of them.
Yeah, because we talked about how Ford was really stretching the limits with their the C-Max, where they were
Mm.
pretending it was a Ford Fusion because the Ford Fusion was more aerodynamic, and how they were sealing up taping up all the doors and stuff you couldn't tape yourself into your car and jump in the window, uh, and then drive.
Keep the fumes out or just tape it up.
Yeah, yeah. So good on them for doing the right thing, even if compelled by the court. So good on the court really for getting what was due. Then we've got some bad news, really bad news. Uh, The CO2 levels reached a new high in May at 421 parts per million, according to the New York Times. CO2 levels in the atmosphere broke a record in May and is now 50% higher than the pre-industrial average. There's more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now than at any other time in the last 4 million years.
Yay!
Yeah,
That's horrible.
right? Moto, I'm gonna have to bottle you some air and store it for you or something.
This is terrible.
It's the worst. Humans have produced 36 billion tons of the planet-warming gas in the atmosphere in just 2021, more than any previous year, and it comes from burning oil and gas and coal,
Hmm.
um, which also coincides with us shutting down more nuclear plants in worldwide. That's a shame.
Yeah, and well, at least most Americans, and probably most people, don't
Yeah,
really care. Don't want to do
a
anything
lot, a
about
lot,
it.
a lot of people don't care.
Don't feel like this has anything to do with people, and it should not affect their life. That they should not drive a different car, or use a little less energy at home, or get solar panels,
Right.
because this has nothing to do with them. This has nothing to do with why the fires are getting worse in California, and the hurricanes are getting worse in Florida and Louisiana. This is, nah.
Yep, I'm doing my part. I said earlier in the show, not this one, the small one, this
Uh-huh.
bigger one. I
What's
showed
that?
the stat from it. That battery will also take solar input, and so I'm doing my part to lower it even here rather than just relying on my offsets.
There we go. All right.
Yeah.
So wait,
Uh,
which battery? Where? What are you showing me?
the I showed off the EcoFlow.
Oh, wait, I just muted myself. I don't know what eco flow is.
I'll show the app again. The EcoFlow is a home battery. You can take it with you because it is luggable at 100 pounds.
Okay,
Lithium iron phosphate. It's good for was it 3,600 cycles to 80% and 6,500 cycles to 50%.
that's
And
a lot of cycles.
yeah, it is. And the full system, if you get all the modules and everything, you can do 25 kilowatt hours of storage in your house. And and if you can take two of the units, chain them together, you can do 240 volt output uh, in the U.S. Everywhere else, it's already a 240 unit, but in the U.S.,
Right,
you chain two of them together, one for each leg of the circuit breaker, and you can run your whole house on it if you need to.
right. What, 25 kilowatts?
25 kilowatt hours.
That's twice kilowatt hours. That's twice as big as a power wall.
If you get the whole system. Right now, this
Uh,
one that you're looking at is 3.6 kilowatt hours. So
okay, all right.
I've got what 7 and change kilowatt hours right now, and it's
Okay.
expandable, so you can just add more if you want to.
So, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then right as the show was starting, Amazon dropped off the solar extension cable, so I can make this one reach the backyard, so I can put the solar panel out on the porch.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right.
So then
So
you're just running, you're charging it on solar or charging it
I
off
will
peak?
I will be. I put I put probably a kilowatt hour of solar into it yesterday before the sun went down.
Okay.
But then when I moved it, I didn't want to have the back door open and flies and stuff getting in. So I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna run it through the port that the Starlink is going through.
Okay, yeah. So you got a doggy door for that?
Sort of.
Starlink door.
There's a hole in the building.
It's just a hole.
Well, I mean, there was an existing satellite dish there, so
Uh-huh.
I yanked that cable out because that one had long been out of use, and then
Okay.
I put the Starlink cable through it. But it's still big enough that I could fit the solar cables through it too, and then just seal it up.
Okay. So perfect for solar cables and rats.
Well, I'm gonna seal it up, so
All
hopefully
right.
it's not like
So,
soy wiring or something.
all right.
I didn't check to see what it was made up of. This would be good for you, Robert William. Just pop it out back with a solar panel, and then run it into the house, and you can offset. Each unit can take 1,600 watts of solar, so you can run so it's 1.6 kilowatt hours kilowatts per main module. So
Okay.
it'll offset a good portion of your usage without even doing a full permanent solar install.
That's
And,
pretty good. Yeah.
yeah, and it uses standard MC4 cable. So if you already have solar on the roof, it's got an MPPT controller and everything. It's a poor man's Powerwall.
That's what I hear. Good
Yeah.
deal.
Yeah. Let's see here. So next up, we talked about the CO2 levels. So this guy said that he bought a Tesla, should be lower now. I don't know if he was being facetious or not. But Tony points out, your effort did lower it. Unfortunately, those still burning gas overwhelmed yours and other Tesla owners' efforts, and the overall ppm rose. So as we move to EVs and renewable energy in a grander way, it'll show the increase and hopefully stop it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, I figured he was being facetious. Take that back. um, yeah, but I mean, like every little bit helps. So even though he was joking, if he really did buy a Tesla and buy it and drive it instead of gas, that's that much fossil fuel not being emitted into the air. Every year since 1980, next May will set another record until we actually make progress on reducing fossil fuels. We're trying. $10 gas will help. I saw down in your area that crazy station, the one that's always higher than everybody else. They were already at $10.
Is that what we are?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
uh,
Every once in a while, I'll drive past the Costco just to see where it is. Now I see some
right.
places are like $6, $7, $6 down here.
Right, that's what everybody's saying is like everybody's like, oh, that's just that one station. It doesn't mean anything. That one station is a leading indicator. Like eventually, we always end up wherever they went. They did $6 gallon of gas at the beginning of this mess, and like you said, most of them are sitting at $7 a gallon over there. Woo.
That's pretty pricey.
Yeah. So
But
Sawyer
I
also.
think I just watched YouTube this morning. I was talking about oil. You're talking about Saudi Arabia, but the idea
Yeah.
was that oil is well, the other things that we make from oil besides fuel, it's
Right,
about
and we're
thirty
burning it
percent
up.
of it's about 30% of a barrel. So,
Yeah.
so the point is, if we can get off of using oil for transportation, we can easily reduce our oil use by 50 to almost 70%, and
Right.
still have all the other stuff we need. You need some plastic, you need some roads, some roof. You can
Right.
still have all those things with
And we need those things
70% less.
more than we need to burn the stuff.
Right.
Like you said, the bitumen for the road. We use it for fertilizer, which we can get from other sources, so we don't really even need it for fertilizer. Some of our medication is petrochemical based, and I think that the meds are more important than getting to the soccer game.
They
Not
are.
saying that soccer's not important. I'm just saying that we already have other methods to do it now. We've got buses, we've got EVs, we've got bicycles. The
Right.
problem, as we keep talking about week after week in this country, is it's a car dependent country. So I wouldn't expect anybody to ride the bicycle to the soccer game, especially not with a family of 7.
And all the accoutrement you need to go to a soccer game.
That part. But as we see with even Honda is finally coming around just so they can stay legal and in business. You can go EV. We even see that Mazda does it with their 100-mile EV that nobody wants to buy, that they don't even want to make themselves.
Right. But people realize that that's why I have 100,000 miles on my Model X, and only 5 years is
Yeah,
taking my daughter to soccer tournaments, and
exactly.
that was part. That was part of it. She had to go wherever, how many hundreds of miles for the tournament, and I was like, yes, we get to supercharge this time.
Yeah,
That was all part of it. And as I go to these places, I'm like, why don't more people have Teslas? I've seen it now. It's crazy how through her as her soccer career has developed, the more tournaments I go to, and I see more and more Teslas showing up. It's like it's a no-brainer. We're traveling all over the place. We should all have Teslas,
there you
or
go.
at least some
Some
long-range
EV.
EV.
Yeah, especially now that the other networks have really improved their availability of stations.
Right,
And then the other cars have improved their range up off of that 150 miles. That
right,
I
right.
think, other
Yeah,
than the Mazda, everybody has a 200-mile EV or more.
yeah. And you can make it happen with a 200-mile EV.
Yeah,
Drive
a
out
lot.
there, go to the game, charge up on the way back, and have lunch, and then go back home. It
Exactly.
works.
And a lot of them have 250, 300 mile plus EVs today. Like
Mhm.
Rivian has a 300 mile plus, Ford has a 300 mile plus, Tesla does. I think even the Volkswagen is if not over 300, it's scraping there.
Yeah, the Polestar is almost there. I think like 240, 250.
Yeah,
But you can make that
you can
work.
make 240 work. If you can be like me, 240 can work. But anything over 250 is the sweet spot, I think, for
Really,
more.
I'm driving a Model X. That was like 237 new.
Right.
Never actually saw that many miles. I've been
Yeah.
basically working with 150.
Right. Mine was supposedly 289. What, 289? Yeah, 289. But it never saw that.
Right.
Never once. Even when brand new, sitting there fully charged at the factory in miles mode. Not the factory, at the
The
thing,
delivery
delivery
center.
center. Uh, it fully charged in miles mode. It said 284. I was like, oh, okay. I'm never gonna get it.
Right.
Give
You
me my
got
5 miles.
exactly.
uh,
Do I get the other miles when I drive it a little?
can I get a discount? This one's broken.
Does it need to calibrate? Where are my miles?
Right. So I turned it percentage, never looked back, because
That's same here.
that's the right answer.
How many miles does you get? 100% every time.
Yeah, I get there without dying. Oh, and I don't know if I talked about it last week or if we're going to talk about it later this week. The latest update, not beta, but the latest production update, the maps now account for humidity, wind direction,
Yes.
and the same message it gives you about if you're driving too fast to make it there on time, on the charge you have left. There's another one saying, hey, you're driving into headwind, so we've adjusted the estimate, which is really
That'll
cool.
be useful.
Yeah.
Especially, yeah, we should have a trip to Phoenix coming up this summer, so it'll be useful.
And Eddie says he's seeing more EVs in the wild now. All right, let's see. All right, so then Sawyer also adds on that humans pumped 36 billion tons of the planet-warming gas to the atmosphere in 2021, more than any previous year. It comes from burning oil, gas, and coal. All right, so a lot of you guys have a Cybertruck on pre-order. Let's take a look at another option than the Cyberlander if you wanted to not use the Vault as it is. So a $24,000 space camper for Tesla Cybertruck is clever and stylish. It's another cool camper edition for the Cybertruck that actually makes the truck look more normal, but it's pretty expensive. 24 grand is cheaper than triple in the truck price with the Cyberlander. But if you were to give me a Cyberlander, I would definitely take it. Let's take a look at this video. Oh wow, that looks even better than it did in the picture. So it's a pop-up camper with an awning, hopefully solar. There's the vault, and then the extension on the vault. All right. Oh wow. All right. So it's a double level. So it's not just really tall. I could see doing something like putting that in a winch on the roof of the garage, like a hand pulley system, and just pull it up. It does have solar, okay, and a roof rack. I might do this one. Although at 24 grand extra on top of the price of the car, I'll be saving for a while.
It's quite a bit of.
Uh,
Well, you just got to do some videos, make it
right?
write it off.
Maybe I'll be a big YouTuber by then.
Exactly.
Um, One of the most daring parts of the Cybertruck's design is the shape of the roof. Yeah, so there is the problem with that you will have reduced fuel economy when you use that, but it would still be better than if you had to tow a camper.
So it seems like that seam where it connects to the truck, that whole piece just comes off.
Mhm.
Where the truck itself slopes down, but then the seam that's like a triangular portion there. I think that's where it connects.
Right,
And
it'll
that
just sit on
whole
top of those. So I'm curious
this is
though if you'd be able
wicked.
to use the sail doors because this portion is actually a door. I wonder if they open up. I wonder if you'll still be
Mhm.
able to use those with the lid closed, or if you have to pull over and then hope that you're not under an awning
Right,
to
pop that up.
open your camper to open your sail doors.
Hmm. Well, I mean, if that's what you do, then that seems like a great addition.
Yeah.
I'm not a camper guy. Um,
Yeah, that's the other thing is I don't actually camp. I just have these fantasies of actually going out and doing this.
just imagine yourself doing it because the truck can.
Right, right. Yeah, like my wife and I, I've been looking at sailboat catamarans. Neither of us really likes the water or can deal with all that stuff. But it's like
That's a
I was
lot.
I was looking at replacing this rental with a house, like one that we can live in again. And
Hmm.
I was looking at the price of a house, and I was like, "Well, the boat is half the price of a house. Why not do that?"
Just
And then
live
I
on
was
the
thinking
boat.
about it. Like, we're not gonna actually be sailing, and I'm definitely not gonna pay slip fees. So like, it's not really gonna happen. But it's like kind of like a fun thought experiment. Like, hey, we can have a solar sail catamaran. We could sail the world for zero emissions. You know?
Nah, it's neat. Maybe if I ran into more people who did it, maybe I'd consider it. But for now, I just see the Cybertruck as a way, as like my last vehicle, because
Yeah.
it'll do everything. I don't have to. I had a truck before, which I loved how, um, how much utility it was,
Yes.
but the gas was a problem. Just
Yes.
dealing with how inefficient it is. So having a truck that's efficient, um, and not producing, CO2, and then everything else that comes with a truck, is like the perfect vehicle.
Absolutely.
And it's funny looking. So everybody says, "What is that?"
Well, see, now let's just look at any other truck with a topper and an angular front end, which would actually still look pretty normal. Because you look them with the bull guards and all that. Um, Basically, it's a large wedge that's laid on top of the truck, turning the rear part into a box.
I guess you can call it normal, but I still stand that Cybertruck has redefined what a normal truck looks like. All those look like old trucks. This
Yes,
is the new normal.
exactly, exactly. They say it'll probably be if Tesla ever offers their own option, it would probably be as well integrated as this. But at the same time, we've got photos of what Tesla showed off that look like a Tesla official accessory. We'll look at that in a minute. So it looks like let's look at the pictures here. You got so when your bed is up, you've got a kitchen, a full kitchen.
Oh wow.
So there's your Dometic fridge. There's your prep area. There's your cooktop. There's your sink and silverware storage. Then you've got the rest of the bed available to you. There's your food boxes, water or beer, because that's a keg right there.
So that's okay. Is that what that is?
That is a keg, and then you've got your okay. So if it comes with all of the kitchen and the table setting and all that, then yeah, that's a good deal. 24
Okay.
grand is great, especially like even if it came with that projector they showed off on the other screen.
Do you think the table underneath the table is the bed? Let's take the bed out, flip it over.
Oh no, because the bed comes down from the top. Oh, you're
Okay.
right. That may be the bed when you're in kitchen mode. You're right. That may be the bed. So that's clever. Unless somebody needs to sleep while you're entertaining guests.
No sleeping. You party.
Yeah,
Party with us.
the table looks like the bed. So hopefully the projector's included. Back to the Future. Yeah, it looks like a regular truck from the rear right here, but from the front it still looks futuristic and armored personnel carry. Uh, Thank you, Marcus. Marcus has donated $4.99 through High Voltage Performance and Racing Team. So thank you to Marcus and Evie Smoke. Hippo character runs at high speed. His legs forming a ball like a blur. Nice. Um, yeah, so there's the rear. So, yeah, that doesn't look bad. I mean, I've seen some ugly toppers on regular trucks before, and that doesn't look like an ugly topper. And I guess if you didn't put all the camp stuff in, you could use it as a topper, assuming you didn't want to use the vault for whatever reason. And oh, okay, so I was talking about a pulley rack. It looks like it's got its own rack. Look at this. So this black structure behind it, right here. You open up the rear gate, and you drive into this structure, right? Then you lower the truck, because remember the truck has got height adjustment all around. So you lower the truck, and the camper is picked up on the structure, and then you drive away. That's clever. All right, so here it is in office mode. You've got your sink, you've got your bench, and you've got your desk and your coffee. You got to have a coffee. So what's missing from this picture is the Starlink, unless you're going to use cellular.
I also don't see your beer keg in that picture, but
Well, you're
that's a
working.
bottle. That's a bottle of beer over there.
A bottle of beer. Yeah, it could be some kombucha,
Okay.
but yeah, you shouldn't be drinking at work. Um, Man, these pistons look like they're gonna be a bear to replace when it's time to replace them.
hmm
Hey Timothy, e-cars and e-books. Greetings from the Southwest. And
And
Lois.
how would this affect your towing? Because you may take that, but then you still may want to tow something else.
Well, it shouldn't affect your towing because unless you're going for a gooseneck trailer, it only affects your capacity because it's this payload versus towing. So you'd have to look at your total payload and total
hmm
towing combo. This is a ratio you gotta when you tow it, you gotta look it up. Because if you tow the max 14,000 pounds, then you can only have like the driver in there. You can't have any suitcases or anything.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So we've got. It's got a couch. Is that a shower? Because that's always been my thing. Is like if I'm out, I don't want to have to go find bathrooms.
I wonder, does all come with the one package, or you have to? These probably
Right.
all different,
If this is
separate
all if this is all,
components you have to buy.
if this is all included, then that's a great deal. But if this is all optional accessories, then that's even worse. Oh, if you want to sleep under the stars, you got this tent for nothing. All right, I like the way. Oh, you can sleep on the. You don't need the dual level. You can sleep on the floor. All right. So 50 inches, a step, 6 by 8 inches, or 6 foot 8 inches. Okay. Bench and a table. Okay. I also think this probably has more of a chance of happening because it's you know it's a lot more straightforward than something that's expanding and collapsing and recycled water and all that. So you got your oh, I guess these are the chairs and stuff. They're also a roof rack, and then you've got your solar. So if the solar is able to be on the whole, oh, you can do 4 solar. If the solar is able to be on the whole, you can do 6 solar or 9 solar, right? Or 12 solar. If you can do the solar while driving, then it might even be able to offset its own consumption. Or if it's got an onboard battery and you can then plug the truck into that,
That's a lot of solar.
it's a lot of solar, and that would also
Oh yeah.
explain some of the cost because if it's
Right.
included.
Yeah. So with your Starlink and that much solar, I mean, we are Netflix and chilling in the middle of nowhere, everywhere,
Indefinitely.
anywhere.
Yeah. All right. How do I close this? Okay. Once erected, which is done via pneumatic struts, which hold everything up, which is not just practical, it's also cheap because air struts are a proven technology. But what that also does is allows folks like Henshow to do the power frunk. You can get a power pneumatic arm and have just hit a button on the another app or another remote fob, hit that, and then the thing would just open itself up. Reveals built-in steps that allow for what seems to be easy access inside, where it has a detachable fold-down bed that can be turned into a sofa with adjustable backrest, a small sink, storage spaces, space campers. Uh, the California-based company says behind it says the interior is very flexible with the various additions that can be included. There's also illumination, 4 electrical outlets, as well as USB charging, adjustable awning, and even keyless entry for the rear hatch. So yeah, you could definitely replace it and then do a power trunk. Um, and in order to keep the inside pleasant when cooking or boiling water, it comes with a built-in exhaust vent that also allows moisture to escape. So you can still be cooking while it's raining without smoking it up or fogging it up. These are the same pictures we saw before. I think so. Additional accessories on the roof runners. Okay. They're accepting reservations now, which may start at 24 grand, but you can, of course, add options. There's a available fully equipped kitchen, combined shower and toilet, solar panels on the roof, additional tent for thermal insulation kit, custom sheets, electric blanket, paddled thermal flooring. Yeah, you'll want that stainless steel floor. I imagine will be really cool in the at nighttime. They made no mention of when they're going to start producing or shipping these. Well, it's going to have to be after the truck comes out so they can measure the dimensions. Oh, this is one I haven't seen before. So we talked about the Cyberlander before, but the Loki Basecamp Cybertruck Edition. Let's look at this. Yeah, no. You got all of this plus the roof box. That's too much. You have to get like a truck GPS to make it through most routes in America. Oh, look at the price. No wonder I haven't seen it before.
Wow.
$135,000. That's more
So
than the
you
most
can get
expensive Cybertruck.
that or just get 3 Cybertrucks and have you and your family drive behind each other.
Yes. Oh man. Zachary says hello, and it makes a generous donation of $9.99 from Zachary. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I'll try. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. So let's see. We're only gonna see more of these camper conversions, Cyberlander. So that's the good thing is if this thing sells like it's supposed to sell, we won't be wanting for options. We'll have to figure out which option we want, and maybe there'll be one that's worth even people like you and me who don't actually go camping that might want to try it out, or at least
So
we can
you
rent
get
one. You know,
yes, that's maybe you can rent it.
there's a business opportunity. Buy one of these things, rent it out.
Yeah.
Just have the hook sitting out front and have it on wheels so somebody can come by and grab it from me and then get a lawyer to draw up a rental agreement. Yeah, I like
There you
this.
go.
All right, so let's look at the
It's like
inside of
on it
this.
can be on Turo, just on
Right,
Turo.
exactly. Oh, just put the hood on Turo. I like it. All right, so let's look at the interior of this RV drop in basically. Okay, so
That's
130.
huge.
It is, yeah. So 135 for this isn't bad since it's a drop-in camper. I was thinking it was like the Cyberlander and like the other one, where it
Okay.
was a pop-up. No, this is a full-on drop-in camper.
Yeah, we're seeing as a 1 bedroom in San Francisco is way smaller than that and costs more. That's
Right.
probably doesn't look like a good deal.
Yeah, I still wouldn't put the roof box on top because it looks like with the roof box you would have clearance issues in most of the country because it's just way up there. That's even with the Cybertruck in low mode, you're looking at it's got to be um, at least 13 feet.
Okay, so that's just a storage box, like a toolbox up top.
Like an extra clothes or whatever. Yeah, you're riding along and then you see your clothes just poof up behind you. Whoops. So yeah, if you get a truck GPS, it'll give you the clearances and the weight limits and all that. Yeah, that'll definitely impact the range negatively because it's quite square. Braking probably not so much. I mean, you'll definitely notice it's there though if it's a full-on drop-in. Uh, does it give any specs on this thing other than the lumens for the light bar? LED lights on the side, retractable canopy, and roof rack, as well as side mounting points, spare tire rack. Yeah, because if you're going off road, you might want a spare tire rack, multi-purpose utility drawer, and a full array of blinds and bug screens for all the windows. But yeah, at 135, I would be mad if you didn't give me these basic level um, accessories. Let's see. You could buy a rather nice full-size RV for that much money. That's another good point. But can you get a EV RV right
Right.
now?
And is there any solar with that cover with that one?
It doesn't say, but you can always add some at that point.
So what's going to run all the stuff inside? Just running it off the Cybertruck
Cybertruck.
battery?
Yeah.
Well, after you've used more than half the battery getting there,
Right.
you're not getting home.
Yes. We'll see what happens with this one. We're only going to see more of these Cyberlander. Cyberlander passed 50 million in pre-orders. Wow. Wow. I'd rather pay 135 for the Lightning Platinum and get one of those in-bed pop-up tents for $250. Yeah, but this is not the same level. Like you put one of them pop-up tents in the thing, or you can go in the middle route, like we just saw with the 24K, and get the full-on expanding. Yeah, there's the whole point is that there are options that you can pick what you want, and what fits your budget. 135, I definitely would not be in the budget for this thing because I'm not overlanding like that. Even if it like that's not even in my imagination with my cool like, hey, we could go do this. uh, Marcus asks, what range you get with this? It's very square, so I would probably say that would cost you up to 40% without towing anything extra, assuming you didn't put the roof box on top and that you closed everything that you could close on this thing.
So I'm assuming that I'm only seeing these sort of devices for cyber trucks because what's it called, the Ford and the Chevy. I mean, I guess you can fit the traditional ones that
Right,
that
you would just
used
use
to
the regular one
regular
that
ones.
fits in the
Okay,
short box. Yeah. But that
okay.
also brings up a good point. Is with the short boxes, most of them are not rated for drop-ins like this. So the
Mhm,
Cyberlander and this would not be available. But that the one that we just saw, the pop-up one, and like the one
mhm.
the guy in the article was talking about, the regular camper tents, they would all work just fine as today. But also, as Robert Williams points out, you're now talking about a pickup truck, so you can just tow a real RV trailer or rent a real RV trailer
All right.
for way less money. And it's safer, cheaper, easier, bigger. The only hard part is you have to be towing at that point. So if they don't come up with a provision for towing on the supercharger network, then I would
Mhm,
actually lean towards something like these two and the Cyberlander. I'm not saying I would actually do it because again, the Cyberlander is like 80 grand and this thing is 135 grand and the other one is 24 grand. Um, but uh,
mhm.
if they don't have pull through provisions or trailer provisions, then this would give you the best experience for your family to be able to navigate the existing supercharger network.
True. But yeah, they've got to come up with something, some rental option for guys like us, who if one day we just wake up and say, "Let's try this."
Right? I got a business opportunity for you, Dude. Let's each get one, and then we'll have one on each coast,
That's right.
and we just get an order book, and we got this.
There you go.
All right, so moving on from the space camper to so we've got a couple of these photos for you this week where it looks like Tesla Surface is operating the Plaids, or not necessarily just the Plaids. It could be the long range as well. Another Model S service vehicle, this time in red. So another photo I've got is this vehicle in white. Tesla Surface. That is either a Plaid or a long range. Is that wood? If it's wood, then it's a long range. If it's carbon fiber, it's a Plaid.
Well, nice.
Yeah.
Did it get to your house faster when you're ready for your service? Won't
uh,
take them 2 weeks to get there.
one of the first things we jumped the show off with, Elon was talking about having most of the, like 2/3 of the services done within one day. Um, maybe they'll get there faster.
that's that's what's been missing. The service cars have been too slow.
Yeah,
It takes them 2 weeks to get there.
yeah. Marcus says there's no way that's a Plaid. It's a long range.
He would know.
Yeah, I'm saying he would know. That's what I posted up there. Oh. I was also told that Tesla Energy is rocking the early production Model Ys out of Giga Austin. Any early S or X not fit for customer cars will go to the service fleet. Okay. Hey, that's probably where Sergio's Model S went. They tried to deliver to Sergio a Model S Plaid that was definitely not fit for customer use, and they didn't even try to reassign it to anybody else or talk about, oh, let's send it to the body shop, blah blah blah. It's probably running around his area as a service car. So I bet you, like, when he finally replaces his Tesla with another Tesla, to go with his whole fleet, I bet you that they'll roll up in his Plaid, like, hey, thanks for the car, Bo. Yes. All right. So that was fun. Let's go on to something else. So this is something that continually confounds me when you look at what Elon says on Twitter and how flippant he is about saying stuff. Once again, Tesla has scored 100 out of 100 for the seventh year on LGBTQ equality. Now, somebody did find old tweets from Elon that explain why he talks the way he does about other companies, saying how they just do it for Pride Month. They just do it for awareness, just for selling more stuff. Whereas they have this corporate culture and they do it up. But what it's It's not just for the month. And so I applaud that. But then at the same time, when you see him making fun of people's pronouns or um, any of the other stuff that you would think that would not get them a 100 score, um, I don't know how those jive. But again, that's another point that one man is not the company. So the company has scored 100 out of 100, even if he doesn't mind his words when he just dials the stuff off there. So Elon even tweeted this. Tesla scored 100 out of 100 for the 7th year in a row for LGBT equality. We are trying to accelerate sustainable energy, so what matters is how much someone can contribute to that goal. Personal choices are your own and respected. Although he'll make fun of you for having pronouns, apparently. He reaffirmed his support for human rights and inequality in the tweet above, while pointing out the company's focus is on accelerating sustainable energy. In addition to this, he also responded to his 2018 tweet that boldly supported LGBTQ rights. In 2018, an account that is now suspended on Twitter criticized Elon for supporting human pride, and Elon responded by saying that the critic would really hate that Tesla scored 100 out of 100 for 4 consecutive years at the time on equality. He says, don't buy our car if that's a problem. People should be free to live their lives where their heart takes them. And as I said in 2018, so he's quoting himself there. So it's great that he respects that and supports that. It's just weird to see him talking about anti-wokeness, blah, 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 while at the same time actually doing the right thing. And we talked about their what do you call it? In the impact report, we talked about some of the benefits that they offer their people. They offer fertility treatments. They offer adoption and help. They offer the payment to get out of the states that have banned you from getting health services, either cancer, abortion, whatever. They've got all of that in there. So it looks like as a corporate, they're totally after you being you, doing you, and just contributing to the goal, which is not easy. So I respect that. So we talked about the FSD beta and service. So let's go back to more self-driving stuff, but not Tesla this time. Cruise Automation gets the green light to start charging for driverless taxi rides in San Francisco. So that means that they are now a real driverless taxi service, because before they were just some weird demo. They could go over most, but not all of San Francisco, which was cool, but this is even better.
Just in San Francisco yesterday, and I saw no Cruise. Sorry, I was looking.
How many do they have?
I don't know.
All right, so they won't start accepting fares right away. They'll be rolling out fares gradually. Enjoy the smoothest customer experience possible. So at that point, then you could say it'd be best to figure out if you even want to use this thing. So just try it out while it's free. And hope it doesn't get pulled over, because it may run from the cops. That's a callback to the cruise we saw a couple weeks ago that got pulled over. Then the cop turned around and the car drove off, and then he pulled it over again. And that one was a legitimate pullover, because the car was running around at night with no headlights, which is not. I mean, yeah, you can see as a robot, but nobody can see you, so you might end up causing a crash that way. All right, so the other problem is they have a limited hours. They run from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. at a maximum speed of 30 miles an hour. That might be why you didn't see it, David. It was running slow, and it was after bedtime.
That is not when I was there.
Oh, okay.
No, there was the family, no party stuff.
Right. But I think those are good operating hours if they can only go 30 miles an hour, though, because I would be pissed if I was in rush hour and I got held up behind this monstrosity.
So then it's 10 to 6. So do you think the engineers would have programmed it that the lights would always be on?
Right.
It's always going to be dark.
There's no reason for the lights to be off. Exactly.
The lights need to be off.
They deserve that ticket.
Exactly. Does the car just drive it over to the engineer?
Give him the ticket. He did it. We told him to commit that commit already. Oh man. So congratulations to them. So they're now joining the likes of Waymo, able to charge for services and work in a geographic area at certain speeds and certain conditions. We'll see whose approach is best. We'll see. Then we've got the NHTSA, still on self-driving. NHTSA has plans to make public information it has collected on vehicles using advanced driver assistance or automated driving systems. That's coming from the Wall Street Journal, so we'll just run on the headline there. And yeah, I agree with Autopilot here. This is good news, good or bad, but secretive is nothing but bad. So bring all this stuff out into the sunlight. Sunlight disinfects, and we can see what's going on with all these companies between Tesla, Waymo, Cruise, and everyone to just see where this thing goes and make sure that they're doing the right thing. Like we saw where Uber decided to disconnect the built-in safety systems from their Volvo, and it led to a fatal crash because not only did they do that, like they disabled the warning, they disabled the control of the Volvo to itself, and they didn't tell the safety driver, or she didn't pay attention to the fact that they made her car behave significantly differently than it did on the previous shift. I still contend that Uber is out of the self-driving business right now, but I still contend that they should have left the systems on in warning status, so she would hear this weird beeping and be looking up rather than whatever the hell she was doing on her phone that night, and that jaywalking lady would still be alive. I mean, yeah, jaywalking is illegal, but it's not it's not a capital offense. Come on, computer, what are you doing to me? Oh, I just lost all ability to click in stuff on that. There we go. Oh, I see. Something is stuck. If I do this, I'm gonna lock the computer and unlock it, see if the keyboard comes back. Okay. So that actually did something. Oh, and it gave me back control. Good. Soaring electricity prices power surging demand for solar. This is coming from AFR.com, and that's coming from us to us by way of the What Drives Us show. So the Financial Review is pointing out that I got to reshare the screen though, don't I? I do that now. Where's that? That logo. There we go. So the surging prices are driving massive interest in solar panels and batteries, according to operators in Victoria and New South Wales. Households and businesses last week were warned to brace for higher power prices over the next few years, as Australian energy regulator has approved price increases up to 18% in New South Wales and 12% in Queensland from July 1st. So you have 1 month to get ready for this tomfoolery. 1 month to get your solar installed. Remember, Australia is where that interviewer was asking Elon, what are you going to do about the people who have to choose between food for their kids and keeping the air conditioning on because it was in an area where you couldn't have it was inhospitable without air conditioning. And Elon started crying. He's like, we'll work harder, and he's gonna have to continue to work even harder with this because they've only got 3 mega battery plants over in Australia right now, or at least Tesla does, and they're making money. They brought the price down, and they're still making money. Net solar sales revenue for the last 21 days was 248% higher than the corresponding period in 2021. It is now clear that the transition to renewable energy and drive for energy independence is accelerating at an unprecedented pace. I mean, my energy prices aren't even out of control, and I'm looking at solar. I got it on my house, and I'm setting it up at the rental here. And my next place, if it doesn't come with solar, it will get solar on it really quickly. Actually, I'll be able to just take this system with me. It's portable. So even if it doesn't come with solar, I'll have solar there. Dan is pointing out that the Uber self-driving accident, it wasn't an accident, it was negligence. The driver opened up Netflix 5 minutes into the test drive. Are we sure it was Netflix? I saw her pull out the phone in the video and start thumbing around, but I want to stick to the, like, did the report say for sure it was Netflix? Because that's even worse than texting, because at least texting, there's the expectation that rides will end up back on the road. If it's a movie or TV show, she was expecting to be eyes down for minutes at a time, which really defeats the point of a safety driver.
Right.
Loco is done with her nap. That or she's having a restless sleep. She's not a light sleeper. All right. CNN Traveler has a link to what your rights are if you get stuck on the tarmac. I didn't read the article yet, but the lead into the article, why I loaded it up, that's really useful information, so you don't get screwed over by the airplane companies. I'm sorry, the airline companies. All right, let's see what's next here. All right, so then something that came up I was going to ignore because they've done this before. Tesla is doing another 10% layoff, but it's not 10% of everybody. And the last time they did a 10% layoff was when service started to really suck. They right as the Model 3 was coming out, they said, "Oh, let's lay off 10% of the people," and they cut sales, service, they cut everywhere. And I understand they were trying to save the company, but from the results we saw, some of the cuts could have been handled better. But this time, now they're only looking at cutting people who are salaried, which means nobody on production, nothing in production for batteries, solar, any other energy products, nothing for producing the cars. These are just like middle management types, and maybe web developers and stuff, but literally people that are on salary. So the media is incorrect in saying that Tesla will lay off 10% of its workers. Probably 60% of Tesla's 100,000 workers are manufacturing, AI, and FSD, which are off limits, which means that maybe 4 to 5% of workers will exit. The media is
So
also.
I was going to say, are these these are probably people that have been working from home that Elon said,
Yes, he was trying to call them
if you don't
lazy
want to
and
come back,
yeah,
then you can then don't come back.
right,
Yeah, it's all balances out.
right. And so, like, I guess enough of them said, "All right, fine, we'll go to the office," and he's like, "Well, that's not enough. Maybe more be gone." So he was probably trying to make them quit so they didn't get fired, because if you fire them, then you have severance to deal with. If they quit, sucks to be you.
You decided to leave.
Right. Oh man, can you imagine if you're one of the people who said, "Oh, I can't work from home, I'm gone," and then later on you find out you could have been fired instead, like laid off.
Laid off, exactly.
Yeah.
What?
So you mean I wasted my bonus hours?
No takebacks.
Right? And there are no takebacks. Once you start that process, it's done. Um, so the hourly headcount will increase, which is what he's saying that most of the media is ignoring, which is absolutely true. Because if you're going to say it's whole 10% of everybody, then it doesn't really fit your narrative to say that, oh yeah, all the way we're hiring line workers.
Well, who's in charge of getting me my parts 2 weeks faster? Whoever that is needs to not be fired.
They're not. They're not.
Okay.
They're still there. Now maybe the guy whose job it is to manage the logistics might be gone, but
Okay. Yeah. Elon's getting on my nerves. I started this process almost a month ago because I know my family's coming to visit. I want my brother to be able to drive my car
right.
and not talk crap about Tesla. So the little small problems I want to get fixed. So before he comes, I hope he's not watching this podcast. I'm watching this on YouTube. But yes, but then I had it scheduled, and then they said, well, we can't have your parts, so we're going to push it back to the 21st. I need the car on the 24th. So I'm like, will it be done on time? We don't know. So I text them. They say, yeah, we should have it done by then. And then he sends this tweet out saying, oh, we're trying to get it all done in one. Okay. Okay, Elon.
We'll see.
One day would be nice if it was the day that I originally made the appointment.
Yeah, I like this cup that my wife made me.
I see you putting it up,
Well, the melon sent me, and then my wife customized.
customized for you. That's nice.
Yeah, I like it. So, we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Yes,
Last
we
time,
will see. I'll keep you posted.
yeah. Oh, speaking of parts, I ordered some parts, and they had one of the items in, and the other item was not in, and so we'll see how they handle that because it's been about a week now and it hasn't arrived yet.
Where'd you order?
Buttons,
Buttons?
the kid safe buttons inside the frunk,
The kids safe buttons inside the frunk?
the
What do
emergency
you?
release.
It doesn't already come with that. We need that. Why are you
My
putting
mom,
your kid in the frunk?
I put all kids in the frunk, but not while driving, and
What is going on here?
I don't close the frunk on them. But as a
It's
kid,
not a it's not a puppy. It's a kid. They don't go in the frunk.
I still put the kids in the frunk and take a picture.
Okay.
I haven't put Moto in there yet. We'll have to fix that. And but for my mods, I need two of the ejector buttons. And
Okay.
as a kid, I would get into all kinds of small places. So I'm glad that the escape buttons are there just in case they get in and somebody doesn't realize it.
Well, that's
But
true. I mean,
yeah,
you're getting ahead of a little bit ahead. So yeah.
well, she can't even
Um,
crawl yet. So yeah,
yeah, right. It'd be very
she's
challenging
definitely not climbing.
to get
Well, I
into
say
a
I say
front.
that back. She does climb your body, like
Mhm.
if I don't think she understands that only one of us makes the milk, and so she'll like crawl up me. She'll open my shirt, and I'm like violated by my child. It's like,
No. Oh my goodness.
yeah,
Not
you
to put a
speak.
downer on this, but I have a when I was a child, I know I had a friend who lost a sibling after locking himself in a car.
Oh no,
So
man.
yeah, so it's serious business. So yeah,
Mhm.
getting those child releases are a big deal.
Absolutely.
Um, yeah.
And also, while we're talking about it, I made a couple videos about how to get out of your Tesla when it's doesn't have power and you're in an
Mhm.
emergent situation. So on the Model S, it's easy. There's some straps
Right.
hidden in the rear floor. Model X, you have to take the speaker
Yes,
grill
I take the
off and pull the
speaker grill
tab.
off. Right.
Yep. Model Y, you have to have a pry tool ready and then pull a tab.
Mhm.
Model 3, you are in a really bad place if you didn't think of something ahead of time, uh, because the rear doors on the Model 3 at least didn't. They might still not have the same little tab that you have on the Model Y. Um,
I don't even know where my rear Model Y tab is.
so on the door pockets, you pull up the floor to the door pocket, the little rubber cover, and then there's a
Okay.
little tab that you pull up the tab, and then you can pull the cable. It might be good to put in like a window smasher with a hook, so they can use the hook to open that tab for you. But
Okay. That's a lot. I mean,
it is, and the
we got
argument is, they can just crawl through I'll crawl through the trunk or the front windows, but the front windows might not be there. If you're not able to get your own kid out, then there might be a reason they're doing an evacuation. So I always
right.
advocate to teach them a couple times, like fire drills. Like a couple,
Okay.
don't scare the crap out of them. They already have enough with the gunshot drills. Just say, hey,
Right.
let's practice getting out. And so you sit in the middle seat, and then you tell them to get out and see if they do it right.
Okay.
Now for the
Yeah.
model,
That'll be, yeah, we need to do that. Right now, our plan is they just climb up to the front because the
right.
front has the release.
Yeah, the front has the
And
manual
then,
release on all these cars.
right, but
Um,
my kids are small enough now that it's pretty easy for them to just scurry through the front
Right, and
seats
that's
and
what I was
get out.
thinking about. There is there's two cases where it'd be difficult to get to the front if the front isn't there anymore for some reason,
Right,
or if they are larger teens, they might not be able to. Just like us larger adults, we're not able to
right,
easily wiggle. Now, if the rear was on fire, I would definitely be able to squeeze my
right.
butt
I
through
was
there.
getting off on
But the other thing to note is if you have a Model X and you're doing the Model X practice, I would just show them how to get it popped. I wouldn't make them try to open it because the door weighs anywhere from 150 to 200 pounds with the
Mhm,
motor force that you're fighting against.
mhm.
All they need to do is be able to pop the door, and then a firefighter can pull on it, or a good Samaritan
Well,
can pull on it. But if
yeah,
it's locked, they can't. There's nothing to grab on. Oh wow!
right.
gas. um, so yeah, so even if your kid is small and they can't push 200 pounds, if they can pop the speaker and pull the tab, then a
Somebody
good
else can
Samaritan can
open it.
pull it up. Yeah, and again, if they're that small that they can't push the door open and the front is still there, they can just crawl over the front with you.
Right. Or
But
there
if
could be the situation where I can get out, but they can't get out, and then I'm trying to open that back door, so they need to
exactly,
be able to
exactly.
open it so that I can get them out.
Right. It's better be prepared and never need it than to have the situation like we had with the old man in the Corvette or the two old men in the Model S that all three lost their lives for foolishness. Not saying that it was their fault for not knowing, but uh,
But it was the reason where the person didn't lose their life, but they kicked the window
yeah, there
out.
was that guy too. He could have saved himself a couple $100 by not kicking his window out
It's
and
poor.
just using the release, because the front releases on all the cars are super easy. The new Model S and Model X and all the Model 3s and Model Ys, they have a pull, like is the most natural way to do it. If you've never been in a Tesla before, that's the way most people try to open and close the door.
Right,
And then
you just have to tell people when they ride my car for the first time that don't
don't use that.
grab that. Just
Right.
push the button here.
Right.
That's
This
for
is so natural
emergency.
that that's what they use first.
Right.
And then on the classic Model S and Model X, you just pull the handle until it stops pulling, and the door will slide open. Um,
Mhm.
I like that way the best because it's already something you're already grabbing, already touching, and the people that get in your car already also know how to use it because it's a contrasty handle and it pulls, and it's like, come on, that's the way. Why reinvent it?
Right. So that won't work on my X in the front.
Oh wow, she must have made a mess. Bathing her. Uh, So the Model X in the front, just pull it harder. That's what
Okay.
you're gonna do when you panic anyway. It's like, oh, you're gonna pull it harder, and
Right.
so pull like the first little half of the travel of the handle is all for the
Mhm.
electric, and then the
Mhm.
last half actually pulls the physical cable inside the door, which pops the latch
Okay. All
and
right.
opens the door. Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause I don't even touch those. I go to my
I use the
screen.
screen.
Anytime I touch my handle, I feel like, why did I do that? Let's
Right,
do it again.
right. I feel the same way. I've been spoiled because on the Model S I had 6 door handle replacement, so I try to do everything from the screen.
Yeah, but you have to know this because if you ever have to use this, you can imagine your car's on fire,
Yeah.
or you've been in an accident, you're disoriented, and you just don't have the faculty to think, oh, what do I do next? It
Right.
just has to
Just
be
just
automatic.
just like the guy kicked his window. So if you're practicing these things,
Mhm.
then you'll be ready, and you'll have that muscle memory. The unthinking mind will take over, and you won't have to
Mhm.
worry about it. It's like, oh, how did I get out of here? I don't know, but I'm safe. All right, so this one I wasn't going to cover because, like, why bother? But at the same time, let's. So Toyota shows off portable, swappable hydrogen cartridges. So first, I wanted to see if this was compressible hydrogen or if it was one of those like chemical reactions that just off-gassed hydrogen. So let's see. They're working on a prototype of hydrogen cartridge that could make alternative energy more feasible for daily use. Similar to a propane tank, allowing users to quickly and easily swap out cartridges as needed. They estimate one cartridge could supply enough electricity to operate a typical household microwave for 3 to 4 hours. Okay, so for home use, I get it. That's better than having a generator. And for emergency power on a model electric car where you've run out of juice somehow after all the warnings and flashing and all of that to go another couple miles, that also works. But other than that, like a swappable hydrogen canister, uh, like
Toyota,
you would
leave it
get
alone.
right.
Just leave it. Just make us think an electric car. Just
Right.
let it go.
So
Let it go.
you would get less hydrogen than if it was built into the car because you've got all these individual walls now. Uh, in
Right.
in the house, though, I'm wondering now. You've got to worry about. You still have to have the safety sniffers, like the Honda FCX Clarity, the red one. It had when we went on our test drive instead of the dome light above the driver and
Mhm.
passenger in the middle, it had a hydrogen sniffer. So if there was a leak, it would shut the car down. Um, so that means that you would need one of those in your house as well to make sure that you don't have a invisible, odorless, colorless, flammable gas
Oh, it's
piling up
so
around your
much.
ceiling.
Uh, how do they even? I was reading somewhere. One of the problems with hydrogen is that the molecules are so small. It just
It passed
passes through the
through. Yeah,
walls of whatever is
right.
containing it.
Yeah, and
So
then it also have hydrogen embrittlement. So after it passes through the wall of whatever it is, it doesn't go through cleanly. It rams its
okay,
way through. So now that vessel is now compromised. Like you can only use them so many times, and like
this seems like a lot when you
right,
don't typically have electricity leaking so that you
right.
have a
You know what
warning
else?
light.
Right. You know what else could run my microwave for 4 hours straight? That battery can run my microwave for 4 hours straight.
That's gonna be some very crisp pizza rolls.
Right. Oh,
But it works.
it works. So it was designed in conjunction with Woven Planet Holdings. It measures 16 inches in length and 7 inches across with a target weight of 11 pounds. So I will say that 11 pounds is a lot lighter than 100 pounds. But I can refill this at home.
But you don't have to keep moving it around.
I don't have to
The
keep moving it
electricity comes
around.
through it.
Right, right. I don't have to keep moving it around. I don't have to worry about the electrons busting through the walls of the batteries, and I don't have to worry about taking it someplace to get it filled because it fills itself. So,
I just let it go. Hydrogen,
mhm.
maybe we got to look at something for air travel, for long distance. What do you call it,
Maybe,
for
but we're
shipping,
seeing we're
maybe
seeing
trucking,
yeah, maybe
maybe. But yeah, but for individual passenger cars, hydrogen is just not the business.
right. Nor your house. Just get some of these batteries. Get a Powerwall. Get the EcoFlow. Get anybody's battery.
Let's get some solar.
Get a
Do some
Generac.
offsets. Right.
Yeah, definitely get solar if you get a battery. Definitely get solar. Um, I'm looking at this rack that she's got them in. So she's got 3 of these things. So she's good to run her microwave for 12 hours, or 16, and 12 to 16 hours, and that looks like a pain. That means you got to put all that in your car. So you got basically a bomb in the back of your car. Uh,
Oh yeah, where did she get them refilled?
at the gas station. I mean, that's the whole reason. That's the whole reason they're stuck to this whole hydrogen thing, right? Because they don't want to give up the gas station model.
So you just go there, you go to
Or the hardware store, wherever you get your canisters today.
get
But
your
definitely, I see them at the gas
propane.
station. Yeah,
So, I need some CO2 for my bubbly. I need some hydrogen and a little
yeah.
propane.
um, Toyota believes in the future the hydrogen will be created using very low carbon emission techniques. Yeah, but right now it's generated with fossil fuels. Which I was going to say that was the other part is why not just burn the propane directly because it's cleaner. It's cleaner to burn the propane directly than to turn it into hydrogen to burn it again later.
Right.
But if you make it out of solar, which is fine, which is a waste of solar, but it's clean. But Toyota's not promising that they'll come from solar. They say it'll be generated using very low carbon emission techniques in the future.
Which is solar.
Well, solar is zero. They would say zero if
Right.
they meant zero. They
Okay,
don't
so
mean
very
zero.
low. They don't mean zero. It's not going to
Right.
be zero.
They would be
That
so
makes
glad. Hey, look, it's going to be zero emission in the future. They didn't say that.
just take the electricity, run it
Mm-hmm.
into a car, and let me go somewhere.
Right. Toyota didn't cite any specific use case for its hydrogen cartridges, but an accompanying graphic depicts the use in cars, drones, motorcycles, and even to recharge a mobile device. Again, if you put this in the car, you might as well just have one big tank that you can't take out of the car
Mhm.
because it's going to be more space efficient and you'll have more volume available to you as well.
Right.
And the whole point of having a hydrogen personal car is just stupid. It doesn't work today. You've got one in that I know of. You've got one in Australia. You've got a handful in Canada. I think you've got 13 in California that haven't blown up yet because they had 3 or 4 of them just blow up. Like the whole station
I
just
see.
gone.
What's That's the Honda makes the Clarity. No, the
Honda makes clarity.
Miranas.
Mariah,
Yeah,
Mariah.
I see those. I see quite a few of those out here.
Hmm.
They're ugly. And I have
They
no
look a
idea
little
what.
better on the new model.
It's
The
like,
old ones are ugly. Sin.
so are they getting them for free? Is there some sort? It
Yes,
must be some
basically,
sort of a state
you do
program.
get your fuel for free. You get a certain amount of maintenance, but your lease is like, I mean, it's $80,000 lease. Last I looked.
Okay, there has
Let's
to
see
be
what people
more.
say.
There has to be some more offsets that
Yeah,
for the lease. I'm sure. I'm
they're
sure
I'm
whoever's
only
buying those are not buying them.
nobody's buying them. They're all leases. The reason that they're doing it even is so they can get their credits with Japan, and then somehow they conned California into doing a similar program.
Right.
So let's see what these people have to say about it. I thought it was going to be aimed at cars, but there certainly isn't enough energy to go very far. Yeah, like 4 hours of microwave use, I can burn through that in a minute in my car. Why aren't more companies talking ammonia-powered cars? Yeah, so if you're going to be burning a gas, you could be burning something that actually has some energy content to it. Because outside of tractors and generators, no existing infrastructure of widely available ammonia, just like hydrogen. And it's pretty corrosive as an engine fuel. Good point. And if you're planning on using it to convert H2 for a fuel cell, then why not just use the already ubiquitous natural gas reforming to produce H2 like everyone else? Okay, so fair enough. So he's saying it's even more even more extra steps than hydrogen is. I still think hydrogen is more realistic in the future than EVs, especially for anything long range, heavy, or both. No, I think that you need to expand your thoughts, get back to first principles, and look at what's actually out there. There's electricity everywhere. There's hydrogen stations, 13 of them in California, a handful in Canada, 1 or 2 in Australia. Like I think I've got an article on it. The police in Australia got one, and they have to keep it around the base station because they've only got the one station. They can't go anywhere. Uh, long ago, a guy and myself had a discussion utilizing hydrogen power as a method of storing and transporting energy. My main conclusion was to use renewable energy sources to perform electrolysis. Of course, there's a lot of details to work out. Yeah, because it's extra steps. So about 2.4 to 3.2 kilowatt hours. Yep. Yeah, that lines up with what I was saying. The 3.6 will run my microwave for 4 hours. So that's without the AC conversion, right? So yeah. So everybody's just saying this is not a good idea. So we talked about was it life cycle? Well, redwood is also
So wait, before you move on, just going to point out.
yeah.
So all of us professional engineers here, between me, you, and your show, all think, in your audience, all think this is not a good idea.
Right.
How are highly paid engineers that work for one of the biggest companies in the world consistently trying to make this work? I mean, it's just
They get
the
money.
fossil fuel lobby, or the fossil
Yeah,
fuel
the
money
fossil
is
fuel
just
lobby.
that big.
And then they've already convinced Japan that it's a good idea, so they get money every time they do this from Japan. And then again with fossil fuels, again the distribution model is the same as fossil fuels. You have to go to a place and pick it up. You have to go and wait and pump it. So they don't have to change anything about their business model except the distribution pumps and tanks.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, but we're extracting something out of the ground and selling it to you where we already sell it now.
Right. Or if they are smart, they'll do it from renewable energy and ship that to a place and extract it or make it on site and still be able to charge you to have to come to the central location and pick it up. And then David points out that hydrogen embrittlement. Can you imagine how hard will be getting homeowners to maintain and replace it? Oh my goodness, you're right. Like imagine how infrequently we have natural gas explosions, not natural gas fires. Those are much more frequent, but natural methane explosions in people's houses. Like the whole townhouse block, the whole house, the whole block just goes boom.
That
It's not.
happened.
Yeah, it
That
happens.
happened in California, not too many years ago.
Yeah. So imagine
San
that.
Bruno.
Yeah. So imagine that's happening because people won't maintain their tanks. Uh,
Or just can't. I mean,
right.
people don't always have money to to buy a new hydrogen tank.
Right. So there's one good thing about that though is that if it is a propane tank exchange model, if they don't give you the option to keep your own, and they own because some places they don't let you keep your tanks, you have to exchange them. If they do that same model where you don't refill, just exchange, um, then they can do inspections and stuff. But at the same time, now you're dealing with tanks that somebody may have dropped on the way in and out of the car because it weighs 11 pounds. And they could have their hands full trying to do I'm going to do all my groceries in one trip. I've done it.
Right.
And then something
something's,
falls.
something's going
Boom.
down.
Yeah.
Don't drop the bomb.
Yeah, literally drop the bomb. Yeah, a great point, David. Thank you very much. Okay, so we talked about life cycle. Now, Redwood Materials is on something bigger than battery recycling. So they're looking at where the world is going. So in the future of the car, JP is talking about where was the point on this one? I read it a while ago. Everything will be electrified. Global trade will fade and be replaced by onshoring. Governments will hoard technology and raw materials. So they're just going to mine all minerals from everything. So closed loop battery manufacturing, that makes sense. So they won't just recycle Tesla's batteries; they'll sell them back raw cells. That makes sense. And as we saw with Tesla, like they're taking aluminum from other people's wheels and shoving them into the body smelter. Here's a link to that article if you want to read the full thing.
For battery recycling?
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard JB and Elon and other people talk about that, that eventually they get to the point where they won't need raw materials because there's enough already out there. It, I mean, but that really won't make sense until there's less need for cars. Maybe when there's, full self-driving is cracked. But at this rate, there's always going to need for more and more vehicles. It's going to be a while before there's enough out there that you can just pull from what's becoming obsolete or what's becoming non-serviceable to bring it back to a recycling system.
Yeah. The last, no, not last, but the next article I had gives me this. I don't know if you guys will be able to see what I see. Oh yeah, so the next one gives me this, and so I'm not going to go there. So either their site's been taken over, or they had a false scan, or I wonder if I could go there on my phone and see if it's safe. It's not worth it. Moving on.
Don't do it.
Moving on. It's probably okay though, but do I want to take that risk after my Mac has already restarted on me 3 times this week? So New York passed right to repair. I like it. I don't have SoundCloud, but my brother does. He has a hilarious right to repair song. My tractor left me. Is there a link to the bill? I would love to pass it for Hawaii state legislators to give them an example. There we go. All right, so let's see if this is something that we can make sense of as normal people. Non-lawyers, non-legislators. Senate Bill A700 6B. Relates to the sale of digital electronic equipment, requires original equipment manufacturers to provide diagnostic and repair information. How many pages is this thing? An act to amend the general business law in relation to the sale of digital electronic equipment providing diagnostic and repair information. The people of the state of New York, represented in the Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Short title: this act shall be known and may be cited as the Digital Fair Repair Act. I like that. The general business law is amended by adding a new section 399-NN to read as follows. The definitions for the purposes of this section: the following terms shall have the following meanings. Authorized repair provider means an individual or business who has an arrangement with the OEM, which the OEM grants the individual or business. There's 270 more lines in like all caps, weird spacing. So I'm going to paste it in here. If anybody wants to summarize that, aside from just saying, hey, we got right to repair, I would appreciate the effort. Or if you just want to read it, it's there for you. All right, so we talked about the Tesla headcount cut. Researchers have shattered a bandwidth record using existing 4-core fiber cables. That's more of a nerding out thing for me than directly related to the show. So Tesla can still make good on referral rewards that they haven't yet finished yet. I thought this one would be one of the easiest ones to do, but they have just now done it. Tesla's now sent out a referral email regarding a previous referral award. Send your pictures to space. So action requested: launch your photo into space. You got to get back to us by June 30th. Records show that you earned the chance to launch a photo into space under a previous Tesla referral program. After much anticipation, we're excited to begin your photo's journey to space. To participate, please submit your photo to before June 30th. Each referral may submit 1 photo. Choose wisely. Submit your photo. You agree to our terms and conditions.
So I think that was from my one referral I got from my
Yeah.
in-laws getting a Tesla.
Nice.
And I just got my email, but yesterday or day before.
Oh, you got
Let's
this
just
one.
see.
What are you sending
Oh
to
yeah.
space?
The picture of you and I together when we
Oh,
did your.
cool.
No, I'm
Thank
just.
you.
I got to see which picture of my family.
Oh, you haven't picked yet. I was
I
thinking that if
haven't
I had
picked
her
it.
in one, I would send the baby. But
So then, do they send another probe up there to see my picture, like to get a picture of my picture in space? I
that
don't
would
know
be
if that
cool,
actually went.
right? You have to audit them.
But
Hopefully
yeah,
they do like Starman, and there's just a camera, extra camera on the thing that's just running until the battery runs out.
okay. And what do they do? They just like launch it in. It's going
Space
to be a
junk.
JPEG in space? Are they going to print my picture? I want a paper picture in space.
I was looking to put it on glass, but yeah, paper would be
Oh,
cool too.
something fancy. I don't want just a JPEG. They're just going to launch a thumb drive.
Oh no, I don't think they're gonna do a thumb drive. I was hoping they would like etch it in the glass and just launch that.
Yeah, something fancy.
Yeah. All right, so we talked about AI
Exactly.
Day has been moved to September because Elon
Oh
thinks
no.
that the
One more thing. If the
yeah,
aliens find it, they're going to know who to come after. They're going to
there's
come
that.
after. That is a small problem.
Yeah, Mike points out litter space. That's a good point. It's like um, I don't know how. Like if it's going somewhere with a probe, like it's attached to the payload, that's cool. But like you said, if you're just shooting it out there, then it better be like on a Starlink at low Earth orbit, but even lower than regular Starlink because that thing needs to come back because you don't need space junk out there threatening both human spaceflight as well as commercial spaceflight, or even if you consider government spaceflight, because the military needs to be able to use it to keep us safe as well. And Dan says, "Q Song dropped a bomb on me, baby." So the AI Day was originally going to be on August 19th, 1 year after the original AI Day. But Elon thinks that the Tesla bot prototype will be ready to show off. So they want to do it sometime in September instead. Oh, you got a fresh bath, Moto? She's got a fresh bath. I guess she had a blowout there because she was changing her diaper. I heard farts, and then she was showered.
The old blowouts.
Right,
That I don't miss.
right, that part. So this next one was coming to us from CNN, or My People Spaceflight. Yes, exactly. And Bruce Nelson says, "Hey, great to see you here." Absolutely, thank you, Bruce. And Mike says, "Hello, Moto." Is she able to be shown on the camera again? Is she in a good mood? Okay. So Moto is coming up. While we wait, CNN is pointing out that experts have sounded the alarm that the U.S. electric grid is not designed to withstand the impacts of climate change. And if you want a preview of that, we just have to look at Texas, how they can't handle heat or cold, and how they're running into problems where they're shutting stuff down already. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. You smell fresh.
And that's my
I kiss her nose and
favorite.
she goes like, "Eh."
I love how the people are leaving California and they have no qualms. They sit into my dental chair, and the first thing they say is, I can't wait to get out of this state. All the
Right?
brownouts and stuff here. And you're going where? To Texas? Okay, good luck with that.
Right. Texas can't handle taxes. Yeah. Robert points out that Wi-Fi 7 is right around the corner. This is true. Yeah. So right now, like we just saw where Tesla just put in the request to that when you're charging your car that you don't charge it during peak hours, and that if you do plug into a supercharger during peak hours, one, they're going to charge you more, and two, it's going to set your charge limit lower. So that was just to help out during the last heat wave that Texas had. And on top of that, if you had a smart thermostat that was hooked into the utility company turned up your temperature, so it was already warm in the house. And then you go to charge, and your car says, no, you should back off." Yeah. Dan says the right to rebuilds will not be granted to rich. And Bruce Nelson says, "I finally moved from California after living on a boat in San Francisco Bay for 22 years. Now we're in a small town in Iowa." That would actually be one of the safest places to handle the if the climate change doesn't slow or reverse, then the Rust Belt breadbasket are going to be some of the last safe places. This place here will be um, one of the last places where you could still grow crops, but they won't be a good yield. Um, Dan says an NFT will be sent to space. I don't think so because remember Elon got bullied into doing the right thing by freezing their Bitcoin because of how much energy Bitcoin uses. These toes are all curled up. Look at them. The toes are curled up. There you go. Yeah. So as Dawood was saying, if you think you're escaping California and moving to Texas, it's you got to escape California to somewhere else. That's not uh, a lesser copy. If you like your Texas and you live there, I'm not hating on your place. I'm just saying that you've got some serious issues to contend with, as do we all. Panasonic has shipped some 4680 type battery cell samples to Tesla because remember we were talking about how they were rumored to have been starting a line because they're Tesla's primary battery partner right now, and what better way than to keep that relation than to actually make what Tesla needs next? Because if you don't make what they need, they're going to slowly phase you out, right? And so they fixed that now. So they make 18650s and 2170s for Tesla. The 18650s are made in Japan and shipped over. The 2170s are made in Japan and Giga Nevada, and so Panasonic actually rents space from Tesla to make their own batteries for them there. And the 4680s, who knows where they'll be making, but they started them in May in Japan, and we'll see if Tesla accepts them and likes them, where they'll go next. But they already have, like I said, they already have a good working relationship, so I don't see them having a problem with that
That's
going
nice. I'm
forward.
gonna put some of those 4680s in my boombox.
Right.
Radio Raheem the block.
Yes. Panasonic says they've had greater than 10 billion cells since 2009 with zero recalls. That sounds like a jab at LG because LG, however many they did, they've had what 4 recalls now, big ones. They had the Bolt and Bolt UV. They had the Korean um, Kona and the Hyundai version. The what do they call that thing? The Kia Niro and the Hyundai, the other one, and then now they have the Chrysler Pacifica. So this is pretty good achievement on that's a great achievement on Panasonic's part. So congrats to them, and hopefully Tesla likes your cells. All right, so this is a unrelated YouTube video. As I said at the beginning of the show, my stuff is out of order because the computer crashed and reloaded everything. Yeah, you throwing up? Yeah, I see you. Yeah, she doesn't like it when I clean up her drool. Um, yeah, let's wear it. Let's wear you. Stand by. Don't roll. Yeah, I know what you want. I know what you want. It's coming. Okay, get your feet in there. All right, let's do the safety belt. All right. What though? Yeah, that's you. You want milk? Look at that. She's doing it. You want milk? Oh, she doesn't want to say it now that I figured out what she wanted. Here you go. Go this way, baby. Do you want milk or do you want to look at the screen? Because you were just crying for milk. Yeah, really? Okay. So more electric school buses are coming to British Columbia. Oh, now you want the milk. Okay, here you go. Um, here. managed to grab my headphone and put it in the shoulder strap. So over in BC, they've ordered for School District 8, they've ordered to replace all 54 of their diesel buses with electric models. And did you just milk at me? Sharpshooter. They're going to replace all 54 of their buses, and at a cost of between $350,000 and $440,000. I'm guessing Canadian dollars, compared to $130,000 to $145,000 for their diesel counterparts. But here you're looking at lower fuel costs, lower maintenance, and I'm wondering if they will have a vehicle to grid scheme as well. Let's see. They replace their diesel buses every 12 years, but the electrics are expected to last longer than that. Yeah. The initial costs were partially offset with funding provided by the Ministry of Education, $140,000 per bus. So basically, the same cost. Essentially, they have a little bit to cover up. And the Clean BC Go electric program, which provides $125,000 per bus. So they actually got these buses at a significant discount, at $140,000 and $125,000 coming off of them. There you go. And a federal loan from Canada Infrastructure Bank provided the remaining funds. These buses joined the 18 that were already on the road, and last year, the first electric bus made its debut in Vancouver Island. All right. Electrify all the things. And when you think about it right now, the most vulnerable population are the small lung people, the small people, and children. So the last thing you really want to be doing is pumping their lungs full of diesel. Diesel is carcinogenic. If they've got asthma, it's really bad for them. And so this is a good move. And especially if they do some vehicle to grid, they can run the school off of solar and batteries from the bus, and then take the kids home in the evening. And let's see. The Genesis EV.
It's a
Yeah,
wonderful move.
it is. Yeah, the GV60, we've been looking at it. It looks great, and it's a practical price, and then the interior does look nice and luxury. So I think it, as a former Genesis driver, you will like this Genesis as well. And if you got one nearby, go take it out for a test drive, and I think you'll enjoy it.
It's a wonderful move. The vitriol I see on Facebook when they've announced other municipalities bringing on electric school buses. It's like, don't you know that diesel makes children dumb? What do you think
Yes.
happened to me?
Well, also leaded gasoline.
Right. It's
Yeah.
crazy. We should be getting all the school buses off of diesel as fast as possible. And then they have known routes. You know where they're going to go. They know exactly how much electricity they need.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the time they can be balancing the grid,
There you go.
especially in Texas.
Yeah, especially in Texas, or in an emergency situation. Say you got a hurricane rolling through, and you've got 25 school buses per school. You can run that school with all those families for weeks on end without any
Right.
solar input. I mean, it's not like they need to go anywhere while they're in the shelter. So
Right.
yeah,
I parked the school bus next to the school, and now it's the emergency shelter with electricity.
yeah. So Bruce worked for Panasonic National for. Why are your hands so cold, baby? Worked for Panasonic National in Japan for 3 years, and that's where I was first exposed to EVs. That's good. And then Eddie says that the LA school district is about to go EV as well due to catalytic converter theft. Well, that's one way to do it. just keep dealing with the platinum until they do the right thing.
Did he see my post on Facebook?
I
That's
guess
part of Big EV.
that's part of Big EV. Yeah.
To give him a switch.
Yeah, and so solar on the bus roof too is a great idea. A good point, because you got a large roof area available, and with the flexible panels, you don't even have to change the profile. But it's a bus, so it's going maximum 50 miles an hour, usually 20 to 35 miles an hour. So it won't take much to secure even flat panels directly to the roof correctly. And some of the buses even already have a square roof, not a rounded roof. So that alone means that you don't even have to put your panels on the building. Even if it's not enough panels to drive the bus continuously, it'd be like the Aptera, where when you park it, it can regenerate. And then once it's fully regenerated, rather than just letting it turn into heat or turning off the panels, you could then pump it into the building. And now you've got some of that free government electricity. Or if this is like a private school or a tour bus company, they can use that to just reduce their operations. I like it.
Or at least enough just to run the HVAC on the bus. Something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, you can do that while in motion. Yeah, the only reason I say you might not be able to use it to drive the bus is the bus weighs a couple tons, and having 8 to 12 panels might not be enough to offset that while in motion. Because if you're going up a hill, for instance. Tesla further limits autopilot functionality in Europe to comply with UNECE regulations, and that's also where we talked about earlier when Elon was saying that they are going to pretty soon have something to submit to these people and prove that this thing is a safe system. Because right now, every system you take out of this functionality suite uh, is that many more people at risk. Because there are 50,000 deaths. Was it per day or per month? There's a lot of people dying from car crashes, and when you've got 8 eyes watching your back, like there was the other day, a motorcycle came up behind me. I don't know how I didn't hear him because he had loud pipes, and he parked himself in my blind spot, and I saw him go in there, and he stayed there so long I just forgot he was there, and I went to make a move. I didn't turn first, but I signaled, and the car was like beep beep beep, the little mouse farts, and I was like, oh, he's still there because I could see him in the camera, and the car saved us both from potential tragedy. Clean your chin, baby. Clean your chin. And it's not just stuff like that. Like like even Andre Carpathy, the AI head for Tesla, he was running through a light the other day, green light, and his car stopped him in its path because somebody was running the red light, and they missed him by a foot. Like his car said, "Nope, we're going to stop now," and then it pushed the brakes and it didn't get hit by the other car. And we've seen a lot of these. There's the other thing that if the car knows that you're trying to drive in a non-drivable space, like off a cliff, it may stop you. It's not 100%. You can't rely on it, but um, like say it thinks you should have been in reverse, and you're in drive, slamming on the pedal, wondering why it's not going backwards. It'll apply the brakes. You look at the screen, hear the beeping, and I like that. Yeah, so they right now they've turned off if the car comes across a curve, it can't turn too far. If the car comes up to the exit, like right now for us, if you come up to your exit, the car will take the exit. Um, so what they've done now with the update is when you get to the exit, the car will ask you to push a button, and then the car will then take the exit. So I understand that it's in compliance now by it being fully under your control, but at the same time, uh, with their broad brush, they've also turned off some of the safety features, and which is even more interesting to me because we saw some of those safety features demonstrated on our last German crash test that we looked at here. It's like, wait, so they can do it, but Tesla can't? That doesn't sound like you're doing this for the right reasons here. So let's see what their update is. Their update is probably saying that, yeah, the update is saying that that the update was applied to the car. Navigate on fork initiation. Oh, that's in German. Here it is in English. Has been updated to require driver initiated request before the vehicle will select a motorway exit interchange. So it'd be just like it pops up and it says, "Hey, is this okay?" And you say yes. So I mean, those parts aren't so bad. They didn't remove functionality like before. They just made it less automated. But overall, they've done a terrible job with the way they handled this. Like it wasn't that they didn't allow it to turn on. They had the cars able to do these functionalities and turn them off to comply with the law. And like they had to get certified to even put it out there in the first place. So it's like they changed their mind. Oh, that's not legal anymore. It's like you weren't paying attention during the test. Let's get off of that and go to. Oh no, that's the update with the code. That's a video. All right, so we were talking about that gas station doing $10 gas. Here was them on, or is this a regular LA gas station? This might be a regular LA gas station on June 2nd. Yeah, so this is a regular LA gas station at $8.05 for regular and $9.19 for diesel number 2. Do you want this bottle or not? You're like sucking on it and pushing it away. Okay. Uh, yeah, so $9 for diesel and $8 for basic gas. And we know it's not that one station because that one station only puts a penny between their grades. So it would be 806, 807. Oh, sorry, 806 and 807. So theirs is like 10, 1001, 1002 today. That's my understanding. I haven't seen a picture of it yet.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. Like I said, normally when somebody tells me the gas price or shows me a picture, my response is that high? I know that's high.
Not a patient. I had a patient who works for Chevy out here,
Yeah.
and I asked him about the gas prices because I asked him, has he seen the SUV sales slow down? And
Right.
he's like, no, they can't keep them in stock. And
That's
his
why
point
they
was
sell.
just that the people who are spending 70, 80, $90,000 on these big SUVs, they're just not sensitive to gas prices. It's just not,
Right. Well, there's
you
also
know,
all they make is SUVs. So if you want a new car, it's an SUV.
right. So
Except
so
for
it's
like a
just
handful of exceptions.
right. It's
But like
it's just
Ford doesn't make any cars. Ford only makes SUVs.
yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you talked about it or you will talk about it, but there was something I saw on Facebook where Sierra, the singer,
Yeah.
did a video, and she was twerking in the video. You
Oh,
probably can't see it, show it because of the music,
right.
but but all the comments were she was at a gas station with three other
Oh,
dancers twerking in the video, and
yeah.
but it showed a shot of the gas prices was like almost $7 a gallon, and
That's
that's what
low
all the
now.
comments. But none of the comments were about her dancing in the song. They were all about, man, those gas prices, though.
Can I get some of that? Oh man. And next, all we got to do is get rid of the fossil fuel subsidies. The price will stay where it is, and then we can transition everybody to electric. Like we were seeing already last week, we've got electric planes that are viable now. They got the one trainer plane that runs on Nissan Leaf batteries. Hey Lee, hey fellas, and happy Sunday. All right, so this is another one. This was the original one that I was talking about with the red one. This is a white Model S long range service vehicle. Build the future, it says. So it's in the Tesla livery. It's got the yoke. It's got the wood. It's got the screen. There you
Does it have
go.
my parts? But does it have my parts in the back?
I would hope not, because that means they delivered them to this Model 3 owner. Ultimate advertising move. One of these rolls up to your home, performing service. You're not going to look at it and be tempted. It might be hard. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Because every time I see one of them, it's tempting, but not actually going to happen. It's a recruitment tool as well. Yeah, I see the decal on the window. That's true. So he's parked at the service at getting his lunch or at the supercharger. Um, that's a recruiting tool as well. Robert says that's cheap, and he's right. They still have fossil fuel subsidies as well, but their taxes represent a better um, representation of what's going on. If you're gonna talk to me, open your eyes. You can talk to me in your sleep. Talk to me in your sleep, huh? Next one is uh, not related. Um, I'm not going to share this one, but it was interesting. I didn't realize about the Swedish and how they don't serve food to their guests typically. That made the rounds this week, and I was surprised by it.
I heard that story.
Yeah, I wonder if Anders could tell us anything about that, like how it works. I mean, I understand like if somebody comes over for an afternoon and that does not be in your guys' culture, but if you bring a kid over for the night, they said that the kid came over for the night. They didn't offer him dinner. They said, "Oh, you stay up here and play. I'll be back." And then in the morning, they came down early and ate breakfast and didn't invite him. It's like the kid's
When
not
does
supposed
he
to eat.
eat?
The kid's not supposed to eat at all for 20 hours. I get it if you just brought your buddy from work over and it's kind of rude to interrupt him for food or whatever, but uh, the kid for a day and a half is a little weird.
Yeah.
At least tell him the food's in the fridge, even if you're not going to stop to feed him. So Nissan stops taking Aria pre-orders in the U.S. and Canada. Did we talk about this one at the beginning of the show? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, I did
Yeah,
because I was complaining about how they had lost opportunity there.
yeah. But the kid thing, I think they were saying that one culturally, it's just they consider it rude if you ruin the kid's appetite for when he goes home to eat dinner.
Right.
But in that situation, the kid didn't go home to eat dinner. He just
Right. He came around for breakfast.
just starved overnight.
Yeah. Hey, sweetie. You don't really love the cat nap? Do you want some more milk? Okay. You said you wanted it. Take it. You don't want it? Do you want it? No, you don't want it. Okay. She said, all right. So a blast from the past. For the future, is there room for GM's Wulong Retro Mini, Wuling Retro Mini EV concept? I think that's a pretty cool looking car. And we know it's the new one because the seats are a little too modern to be the old one. And those headlights are like LEDs. I don't know. That looks cool to me. Let's see more about it. The Wuling Hongkong Mini EV has emerged as China's most popular EV and begs a number of questions. Will SAIC GM Wuling produce the retro Mini EV despite it being a third-party design? Would GM consider bringing the popular EV to the US? And does the consumer base just starting to dip its toe in the world of futuristic EVs want a retro-looking vehicle? I think it looks cute. Look at that. That would. Think of that one.
What do you think about this car? Does it look cute?
No.
No.
And now you have it.
There we go. So it won't sell
Would
in
you
the
drive
US.
it? If I got you one, would you get it? Would you drive it?
If it was free and you got yes.
I like it. If it was free. Oh. So let's see what they're talking about for specs on this thing. Oh, I see. So this actually works. They just really retrofitted the existing Wulong Hongkong Mini. So this would be an easy choice for them to make a couple of these and see how it does. Look, it's the same car. I say try it out at this point. I thought it was a new car. Yeah, try it out. Shoot. I like the little luggage rack on the back. That is like extra retro, not just the luggage rack on top. All right, so I guess the specs are going to be exactly the same as the regular Wulong Gong Mini. Maybe a little bit bigger battery, maybe some more luxury interior. Who knows? Bumper's been lowered and painted in chrome. I don't know. I just saw the picture and it's like, I got to share this with you guys. It looked cool. What is this? Okay, so we had a couple people tried out the Starlink for RVs, and I haven't watched their videos. Nobody did a write up; they all did videos, so I couldn't read it or skim it. This is a press release basically from a EV components company. But Emporia's energy management system prepares for the bidirectional EV charging future. So bidirectional is important for vehicle to grid, vehicle to vehicle, and vehicle to home. Vehicle to vehicle obviously is the jumping off another car, getting them a couple miles to get on down the road. Vehicle to home is able to power your house through the EV charger. And vehicle to grid is where you make some money selling the power back to the power company. He's passing out. Look at this. It's so cute.
And phone to phone because my iPhone 13 cannot do that. So I just traded it in for
Samsung.
a Samsung Galaxy
Yeah.
22.
Yeah, I do like that it can do that. Like if my wife and I are out and her phone is running low, I could donate her some juice.
Yes, I tried. I just cannot make that iPhone fit to what I like to do. So it's done. back to Samsung.
Right? So Mike says a little no to the oolong, and out of the mouth of babes. Yes, that's what I was thinking. And Eddie says I would have been the man in high school with this. That's the thing, that part would have been. I would have loved to have a car like that in high school. Thankfully, my dad didn't let me buy a little beater Cavalier, because that would have been a bad move. He's like, no, don't do it, and so I didn't do it. And but having that flexibility is just phenomenal. And then David says, hopefully the bidirectional is in the Cybertruck. I agree. We know that it'll be able to put out power at least as a welding port or RV port, whatever. But I'm hoping that they do it more in the vein of the Ford, where it's coming from the charging port. You just plug it in, and you don't have to go out and move the cable around or do anything like that. Because for it to be just automated and instant is the way to do it.
Did you see Zach and Jesse try to charge their Leaf with the Rivian, and they
How'd that
weren't able
go?
to do it. Didn't work.
They need to I'll tell you what you need. You need a neutral ground bonding plug. So if you have a floating ground, the Tesla and the Leaf will detect that the ground isn't complete, and so you've got this little plug. What it'll do is it will bond the neutral and the ground together, so now they won't see a open ground, and you can start to charge. The key to that, though, is that you have to be truly floating. It has to be not plugged into anything else, because that's how Will Pross destroyed his home battery by grounding it at the unit, but he left it plugged into the AC. So it had two grounds, and it burnt up the AC charger on his unit. And the car still didn't charge. But if he'd unplugged it from the AC and then put that grounding plug in, it would have been fine.
Yeah, I'm just not going to do that.
Well, there are ways for them to do it correctly, and so
Right.
that's the other way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they're YouTubers. They'll figure it out, but it's certainly not for me
they'll
to do
get it. Yeah. I'm too stubborn to quit my iPhone after 2 years of struggling.
it.
finally got a workflow. I don't need to go back and change it again, because it's true. If you try to go back, you're going to miss the last 2 years of Android, and so now you just be even more lost.
I know. I just lost like a month of text going back and forth.
No. There is some demand for golf cart type vehicles, especially in retirement communities. I can see this Wuling as an all-weather version for this application. That's a good point as well. Because even, hey, sweetie, give me a smile. Yeah, because even as a low-speed vehicle, there is utility in it, especially if it's not your only car.
Your viewers make good points. I mean, every EV doesn't have to be every man's EV. There's going to be a need in every size, battery size, range size, capability. We just need to electrify everything.
Exactly, because if everything that already exists today has an electric option, then whatever the options are is already your option today. You just get the electric one of that.
Right.
Assuming that they don't raise the price. If they raise the price, then you have to figure out what the next one in your budget is. But if they just move the one you have in the same price point, move it over, then you can just get what you already have.
Yeah.
You know it works.
Right, but now better.
Yeah.
At least better for the planet.
Right. And you, because as we see, they're cheaper to operate and cheaper to maintain. So everybody but your mechanic will be happy with this.
Your local oil salesman.
Although Zachary actually takes a lot of his money from the oil profits and sends it to places like this. So there's that. EKR says cute. Grandpa's Tesla equals golf cart. Absolutely. So Arteco is another EV component situation. They're going to release a new coolant for EVs. Let's see what they're talking about here. The Coolant and Heat Transfer Fluid Company has launched a new coolant specifically designed for EVs with indirect cooling. Nissan Leaf? Is composed of inhibitors and stabilizers that give it a low electrical conductivity of less than 100 microsurfers. That sounds like radiation. Do you measure heat and radiation too?
That's a good question. That does sound like radiation.
Organic is based on organic additive technology and includes corrosion, boiling, and frost protection. So this would, I guess, indirect would mean like that you're cooling it elsewhere. So this would be stuff with a radiator. Also compensates for brazing in flux and aluminum parts, cab brazing, and I just thought it was kind of cool. They're making a specific EV coolant. Would you like more milk? Yeah. You can't eat the hand that's saying milk. You could eat the milk from the bottle. Oh, you do want it? Okay. were just taking a break? Okay. That is cool. So, next up, this one is making us look bad as usual. Are you done? Oh, she spit it out. Okay. China is expected to install roughly 5 to 6 times more solar this year than the U.S. The backdrop is a self-inflicted supply crisis triggered by U.S. Commerce Department probe into tariff compliance over Chinese module components finished in Southeast Asia. So we talked about this a couple times on the show, where some company is suing some other companies for saying that they violated the import tariffs, and so now the government has to look into it, and that has now caused us a shortage of panels. And now that the panels are kind of forming a glut over in China, they're cheaper over there because there's more supply than demand. And so now people are buying up the cheap panels, and they're going to install 5 to 6 times more panels than we are, and better insulate their economy from oil and coal and fossils.
Install the panels, and you get solar for the next. You get electricity for the next 30 years at no additional cost.
Exactly.
It's like simple.
I mean, the most you have to do is go out and hose them down if you don't get enough rain.
Just do it.
So expensive versus all the costs in fossil transportation, the external costs of the environment and everybody's lungs in the area, and downwind from you, the runoff, all the acid rain, everything that you get from burning fossils, and
it's a lack of imagination, a lack of political will,
and greed,
and it's too much greed. It's the I mean, a lot of my patients work in the industry, and it's challenging. I mean, for me I don't even like to tell them I drive an electric car.
Right.
Because for me to say to someone that I want your job to be obsolete while they're at my office spending money,
right, doesn't go over very well. Yeah, but I mean, I think the best way to handle that was, rather than doing a stop sale while they figure out what the legal ramifications are, just continue to sell them, and then if you lose, you owe them millions of dollars.
Right.
Done. So we do almost everything else around here. I mean, because think about, like, right now, Texas. How many of those panels could have been in Texas and Southern California right now, where we need it the most for having a unstable grid?
Right.
Where's my pizza?
Sorry.
It's okay. Robert says that I lost some of my contacts when I changed my phone. Yeah, I don't understand why these things can't be more standardized and better, more robust, able to handle the changeover. Yeah, sweetie.
Oh, I know why, but this is not the YouTube.
Walled garden.
This is not the place for it. I'll meet you on Facebook. We'll talk about it.
All right. All right. So the next one is Moto's really loving this today. I like that she's like awake and not demanding food or pooping. All right, so
all the same things that my daughter doesn't do yet. Sometimes she's awake, she demands food constantly, and she poops everywhere. And she's 7.
No, I don't. That you're lying.
Oh.
All right, so remember I was confused about whether or not the Cybertruck was going to be a 12K ton press. Well, they had an 8,000 ton gigapress installed recently at Giga Texas, and now IDRA is getting ready to deliver a 9,000 ton gigapress after a brief display to Tesla in Texas. So this is going to be, as Elon Musk says, for the Cybertruck body. So I don't know if it was 12,000 pounds total between the front, rear, and center, or if they talked about 12 and didn't do it, but for sure this 9,000 tons is going to be for the Giga, for the Cybertruck body at Giga Texas. And here is a video showing them, getting it ready for the show.
So this is for the body.
It's gonna shoot out the body for the truck in 1.8 seconds to 3.9 seconds. So as long
Okay.
as it takes the truck to get from 0 to 60, it's made a new truck.
But I thought the bite was going to be like the folded steel. This is
The cladding will be folded steel, but the
okay. But
frame,
there's a frame.
the safety cell,
Okay.
yeah,
So
will
this is
be
just like what they're doing for the Wise now, where it's like two parts.
yeah, it's gonna be one part.
It's going to be one part, everything. Then they're going to slap a battery on, and then slap on the stainless steel cladding.
Right.
And then maybe some seats and half a steering wheel. You're good
Well,
to go.
the seats and half a steering wheel come in with the battery.
That's true. That's right. The seat's already in there. So just half a steering wheel.
Yeah, I think this is pretty cool, and I'm excited because the fact they're getting here means that our trucks are on the way, right?
Yes.
All right, so there's some very good questions here. What do you mean by the underbody, aka frame, is going stainless steel going to be attached to the castle? Yeah, it's structural. It's a structural stressed steel, but you still need a collision cell. It's something to put it all together. Tesla Raj asks, can you access the bed from inside the truck? Would be nice for camp mode HVAC and kilowatt camping. And he already told Eli that they would be doing that. So, or at least looking into it. Yes, sweetie. Yeah. How can I help you? Well, if you want to talk to me, you should look at me. Would make eye contact when we speak. See, I'm looking at you. Yeah, like that.
My wife wants to see the baby.
Me too.
Oh, okay.
We all want to see the baby. We want
They want to see you again. Say hi, everybody. Say hi. Sometimes she says hi. Sometimes she doesn't.
Oh,
I don't know if it's like actual conscious word or if she's just practicing the sounds, but it's the word hi, clear as a bell. It says hi.
oh,
Yawn?
just yawn. We're boring her.
I'm the queen. All right, so kilowatt camping. I bet there'll be 25 Cybertrucks delivered before December of end of the year with a funky badge too. I like it. I believe you're correct. It'll be here before many think. I agree. Hells yeah, brother. Oh, okay. Well, the good thing is, like me and Omar, we're not at the front of the line, so you guys can experience whatever they break, and then we can get the tuned up units. So
Work out the kinks before I get mine.
exactly.
Yeah, I'm a little bit deeper in because when it first came out, I was one of the ones that said, "Is that really the truck?"
Right. I waited a morning, which was enough to make me tens of thousands in the back of the line.
Oh, I waited even longer than that. So I had to watch a few videos and had some things explained to me. I said,
Right.
oh, this is actually a good idea.
Yeah. Oh, I was sold on the specs and everything else, the price especially, because when I ordered, the price was still low. But what made me able to get over the design was I made it my desktop background for about 3 months, and I actually think it's pretty attractive.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Uh,
In its own
well,
little unique way.
especially when you see it in other light. When you see it in like daylight or
Yeah.
other, it's very slick.
He's just sticking a tongue out at me. Yeah, it's like the daylight, like we saw in Michigan last week, where in the right light it shows up as gold. That was kind of cool. So Tesla's filed their conflict minerals report for the year ended in December 21st, or December 31st, 2021. And it outlines Tesla's commitment to sourcing only responsibly produced minerals. And this means having a safe and humane working conditions in our supply chain. So no child labor. Like you keep seeing all your Facebook weird uncles saying, oh, yeah, that battery is made with 150 pounds of conflict aluminum, or not conflict aluminum, conflict lithium. So as we saw that the lithium is 15 pounds, maybe 50 if I did the math wrong, not 150, and the lithium that comes from everywhere. You can get lithium the same place you get my salt fell on the floor. Same place you get your table salt. You can evaporate it from the ocean, or you can get it from a mine, or you can get it from, the same lithium salts show up the same place as table salts.
No,
and you
the
just gotta
lithium one
separate.
they show this strip mine is what they always show for the lithium.
Yeah, they usually show like a copper or gold mine. Yeah.
No, that's not where lithium comes from. But okay.
Right. You get lithium from seawater, or you can just go dig it out of the ground, just like regular salt. But like, it shows up as just a white salt, just like table salt. It's not
It just evaporated from the brine, from a really
right,
big brine.
right.
Yeah.
And so you got lithium for batteries, you got lithium for the single-use batteries, like your coin cell batteries for your watch and smoke detector, and then you've got the lithium for medication. Remember, they still use lithium as
They
a
still do lithium.
stabilizer. Yeah, I
But
need
this
one of
was
these
not
hands.
a problem for our cell phones for some reason.
Right, right.
But
Well,
now
because they
all
need that cell phone to be the weird uncle on Facebook for you.
of- right. But now all of a sudden, oh my God, he's destroying the world.
Right. I need one of these hands, baby, so I can do the show, please. Just let go of one of them, please. Thank you. Oh man, she grabbed me by both thumbs. Bless you. Ah,
Mommy,
yes.
mommy.
Oh, we're gonna play on your play mat on the floor soon, aren't we? You gonna sneeze on me? All right. So we talked about the GigaPress. I don't think we need a whole article on it because Elon did the tweet. That's plenty. Is this video more useful? It's just a minute-long version of the video we already saw. No, it's not. It's got a little bit of intro and outro. So let's. Okay, hold on. Let me get you some milk. Paste this in here. Mute it. Hi.
Here's some milk. Yeah. Will this chocolate milk work?
Chocolate milk will not work. She's not yet able to do cow's milk. All right. So here is that 9,000-ton GigaPress getting assembled for the show at the Idra factory. Look at the size of that crane compared to those people. It's going to spit out a whole truck body every 4 seconds.
How many of them is he going to get?
I think he's going to get 2 if he's going to have 2 lines. Or 4 if he's going to have more than 2 lines. Look at the size of those fittings. Like, I mean, it makes sense. You got to squeeze all that aluminum in that amount of time. Like, you're putting a whole truck body in seconds. Then, wow.
I haven't seen any comments from the other CEOs of the auto companies about what they think about this. It's like your company's been doing this for 100 years, and none of y'all thought of this.
They like it because Ford has a GigaPress style rear member,
Okay.
and Volkswagen has a for like what would be the engine cradle. They just showed theirs off last week or the week before last. And so for Volkswagen, it's like it's a start because it was smaller than the one that Ford makes. It's like you're going to show it off like it's new and innovative, but I mean, it's new and innovative for you, but is it new and innovative at all? No. And so I was like, yeah, it's a good start. But what's funny is, what actually made Elon think of this is he's playing with his kids' cars with him, the little Matchbox cars. He's like, why can't we just do that? A whole car spits out. Yeah, a whole car spits out every second. All right, let's make it bigger. So it takes 3 seconds now.
All right, you look underneath, the whole exhaust system is in there and everything. So.
Yeah.
Drivetrain, all of it, just spit it out.
Yeah. So I don't know why my browser thought I was entering in on the other browser, but whatever. The first ever BMW X1 iX1 has been revealed with 313 horsepower, 272 miles of WLTP range, and you can find out more at this article. So as we said, WLTP is garbage, so it could probably get about 200-mile range or so. And this guy says far too expensive. By the way, on the press release document, long version, it stated that the battery has a net capacity of 64.7 kilowatt hours. No word about the gross capacity. So you'll have 64.7 kilowatt hours usable. So that means, yeah, my estimate of 200 is probably fair if it's not too unaerodynamic. Because Dawood's 70D gets right around there, and his is much more aerodynamic, but it's heavier.
237, 237, and the best I've ever done with that going highway.
Yeah.
I got 165 miles coming back from LA.
Wow.
And that was going through the grapevine, so a bunch of it was downhill.
Nice. So expect something similar out of this BMW because it's not as aerodynamic, and it's got a smaller battery, a smaller usable battery, because the whole battery is available on the Tesla. Yeah, but 313 horsepower is not bad. That's like the front motor on his truck, and 494 newton meters of torque. All right. 0 to 62 in 5.7 seconds. So this is not a sports car, but it's not slow. It's just not as fast as you can make an electric car. But as I keep saying, these slower cars tend to cost less.
That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a place for this, just like the golf cart Chinese made
The
car.
Wulong Mini.
Because there's just some people who buy some BMW buyers that will not buy a Tesla. It's too Spartan. They don't like the service.
They don't like Elon.
They don't like Elon. The whole idea of just
Yeah.
buying your car online and not having some sort of service for it or some sort of person doing everything for you.
Right. But the thing is, you don't even have to like Elon. I don't understand. Like, I don't know the politics of the BMW guy. I don't know the politics of Mary Barra. I don't know the politics of Tim Apple. And it's probably all for the better, because if I knew what these people really were going for, I would probably not buy their junk. Because a lot of them have politics opposed to my very existence. Let's see.
Okay, sorry about that. Family emergency.
It's all right. Dan says Peachtree City in Georgia has 85 golf cart city here. That's true. I find the capital cost of the gigapress compared to other methods that are an order of magnitude less expensive will make it hard to sustain a competitive position in the marketplace. That's a good point. Because you got the gigapress, so if they can't make it up in volume, it will hurt them. But if the others can't keep up with Tesla's volume, then they will get washed away. That's a good way of thinking about it right there. They have parking spots at the markets, whole trails, eco-friendly city. Yeah, so that's another place that the Wulong Mini could do well outside of China. Rest means less union people. This is true. Not that any Tesla facility in California or Texas is union, but I believe their Michigan facility and their Germany facility, not the Gigafactory, but the Tesla Tool and Die, Grumman Automotive, I believe both of those are union, because that was part of the problem with them buying Grumman, is that the union had to agree to it, and they got the numbers right such that the union did agree. So to say that Tesla doesn't have unions is another lie, because they have at least two. At least. The objection that Elon has to unions is the UAW. He doesn't want them back in the Fremont plant because they dropped these people on their tail right before GM and Toyota left last time, trying to protect the core. And if they did that to you when you make gas cars, what are they going to do to you when you don't make you don't have an engine plant foundry union? You don't have all the different parts that the electric car doesn't have. They're going to drop you again if they need to circle the wagons. So that's Elon's point there.
Yeah, Elon. Yeah, for Dan's point, it's like Elon's certainly not looking at it that way. This is what the company needs. This is what I'm doing. Whether or not we need less people or more people to do it doesn't really matter. It's first principles to him.
Exactly.
This is the way to get it done.
Yeah, and he's not going to just straight up fire the people. He's going to say, "Hey, you used to put the body panels on. Well, now here's the three other options. You can take it or hit the road." Whereas a lot of companies would just say, "Oh, yeah, you're gone. Sorry." And then David points out that Tesla's problem is the production rate, not capital expenditures for the press. Yeah, because everything they've sold for years out is pre-sold. Like if you ordered a Model X today, you won't see it before the middle to end of 2023, if then. And then Cybertruck is sold out already for 4 years of production, according to Elon. And that's he's like, hey, once we get everything in place, it'll be 4 years before we've closed the pre-order book, let alone fresh orders. So, this right here is good. More options because what they say they're going to need like 200 gigafactories around the world to supply all the batteries and cars that are made today. So we'd want them to come from different places and not just all be Tesla.
And what are they going to do with the pricing on my Cybertruck?
Right. Hopefully they leave it in place. All right. So Mike was talking about the Genesis GV60. Here, let's take a look at it. It joins the Hyundai Ioniq 5 and Kia EV6 as the third eGMP-based model. So let's take a look at the photos because this is brilliant. Let's see. So it was the first one was delivered on May 26th at Santa Monica, California, and it was handed to Patricia Wayne of Los Angeles. So she made a little drive. And let's see. So there's the front end. I really like the front end from this angle. I didn't like it from the first one they showed, and I love it in the red that we saw at the press drive. But this is the only non-color I know that this thing comes in other than black. Every other color this thing comes in is like a color. It's like yellow, cyan, red, blue. Like it's in colors. Like that's a refreshing change for cars. And it starts at 58,890 plus 1,090 destination. EPA range is 248 miles, but you get the 7,500 tax credit because they haven't sold out of their tax credit allocation. So you get your full $7,500 tax credit with it. And if your state is still doing anything for EV purchases, you can count that as well. So if you say buy it in Colorado, I think you can get still $10,000 back from Colorado. They are phasing like California did to a income-based situation, but if they haven't phased that out yet, then you can still get that as well. 85S is I-85 South. Yeah, I figured that out as I was reading this. Almost a birthday present. So it's available only in a dual motor all-wheel drive version with a 77.4 kilowatt hour battery. So this is all the way through a Model Y class vehicle. So it's the same size-ish, same power, same. This is a good choice, and I think it even has towing as an option, right? I was hoping we could get some quotes out of it, but if he's got music going the whole time, then we can't do that. So there's a size comparison. I don't know how short he is, but the Ioniq 5 is huge, and I'm not short. So since it's based on the same platform as the Ioniq 5, I can tell you that this will also be a substantially massive vehicle. Like I said, about the size of the Model Y. So there's the interior. I like that. Can we get like still shots? I'd rather not be skipping through this guy's video. Nope, no still shots on this one. Yeah, I think this is going to be a great addition to the market. Like we're already seeing Kia EV6s everywhere, and we're seeing the Ioniq 5 even more places than that. Mm-hmm. And I like both, and the owners love them, and they charge faster than some Teslas. And you got the 800 volt architecture.
Yeah, those look slick. I see those really picking up.
Yeah.
It's price competitive with the Y, size competitive with the Y, and if people like buttons, then you get your buttons.
Yeah, get your button, but not too many buttons like a daggum 747, like some of the other makers do. Like they get this tasteful amount of buttons, stuff you'll use, like the radio, the climate control. It's not like a button to do something you can do on the screen because you only do it twice a year. Right. And then it's got the reclining seats, and then the South Carolina doesn't have a tax credit for electric cars. They have one for plug-in hybrids and hybrids, but that one has phased out already. So
yeah, but I don't like how it became a political issue here in California that they got rid of the tax credits based on income.
Politics.
Yeah, and that I mean because of politics they got rid of it based on income. When I think that just defeats the purpose of the tax credit. It's like,
right, because even if you give it to somebody more affluent and they buy a new car, now you've got another more affordable used car in the market.
Right. Well, you were just subsidizing rich people with their electric toys when that's not what was happening.
Right. And then you look at what their last car was probably an efficient hybrid. So now you've got another hybrid on the market instead of a 40-year-old gas car.
Right. And the whole purpose was to start an industry that needed the income. I mean, the money, yes, of course, it was cheaper for the buyer, but ultimately the money went to the manufacturer, who could then make more EVs. And that was the reason why EVs were so expensive, because it was a brand new thing.
Right.
So that help needed to be there, and that help needed to be there for the affluent buyers to make them buy. I mean, why would I buy an $80,000 Tesla that nobody even knows that the company's going to be around next month?
Right.
Well, I can just go get a BMW that I know is going to work.
Or a tiny
So,
Chevrolet. Like, what incentive do I have to get into a tiny Chevrolet?
right.
Or a
So
100-mile Leaf that doesn't actually do 100 miles. The original Leaf was
exactly.
supposed to be 100 miles.
Yeah. So there needs to then that incentive needed to be there,
Yeah,
and it
which
should
is
still be there, no matter what your income level is.
yeah, which is exactly what the other automaker that flouted union at the premiere does. They've been fighting unions since the inception and only love it when due to political optics. Yeah, I don't think it's actually the automaker that's actually getting this administration on board. I think it's actually the union directly that's getting them on board. And then, oh, by the way, because these people actually work at Ford, here's the place they work. I don't think it's that they care for Ford. I think it's literally that local union 77 pulled them up and put enough money in the coffer and got them to speak, so they spoke. So, speaking of union companies, we got BrightDrop's GM silent push into electric commercial vehicles. So we still haven't seen the AI smart BrightDrop containers that roam the streets and stuff. I don't understand how that works. I want to see just one person, one company get one truck and show it how it was designed to be used, so I can wrap my head around the autonomous carts. But it's still a very solid electric van, and we see them starting to deliver more and more of these. We saw FedEx take delivery of at least 6 of them, according to the spy shots. We saw people getting them on the back of trucks. So this is a good thing for electrifying all the things. Oh, look, here's Walmart. So there's at least another one. All right, so we don't need only Rivian. So we this is delivered now. We can do this. Let's look at some of these pictures here. Right, so this is the Zevo 600. I think they have an 800. The Zevo 600 is pretty big as well.
Gotta call it, Kacey. It was great talking with you and your audience.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
And bye, little one. Y'all have fun.
All right, you have a good weekend.
You too.
Thanks. So this is the Zevo 600, and this is the 400. The 400 looks like it'd be great for your local UPS truck. The one we saw, I think, was the 600 for the FedEx trucks. Yep. And yeah. So there's the interior, which is really nice for a delivery driver. You got the optional front seats. I wonder if you can get online for these as a small business, because what we're finding right now with the Rivian is it's going to be a while before you can get in there. Kill 4, then add 1. So roll back the door. Clock to the darkest days of 2009. GM had 8 separate brands, and the task force don't. Okay, so that's like a history piece there, which we were just looking at the trucks. Okay, so here are the smart containers I was talking about. Well, this one isn't the smart container. This is just an electrified container. So that makes sense that you can get an electrified push, so it makes it easier on the worker. All right, so the trace electrified container. This makes sense to me, and I bet you the FedEx got some of these. This is the AI. So I guess maybe the AI is a prototype. It's just the same thing, but the driver doesn't have to go anywhere. The cart will just take itself to where it needs to go. But at the same time, I still don't see the point of having it be AI, unless the FedEx driver is going to park at the end of the block, and then like 8 of these containers are going to rush out to the local businesses. The electrified one makes sense because it's a better human factor. Yeah, so these ones have push handles, so these aren't the AI ones either. And why don't they charge on the truck is the next question. That the truck is charging, the truck should charge them as well, unless these are at the depot getting charged up before they get on the truck, which would work too. It doesn't have a caption either. All right, so there's the inside of the container. Yeah, this is a good idea. The AI I just don't understand the AI one. All right. 600 cubic feet of cargo. That's what they call it. Okay, so the 400 is 400 cubic feet of cargo. Why not GMC? Because Ford launched E-Transit as its own brand. Fair enough. So they did it, so we have to do it too. Very encouraging to see electric delivery vehicles. I agree. and the form factor looks like they actually listened to the customer and went for what they need. And speaking of electric deliveries, you done? Okay, you done? I thought you said you were done. Why are you trying to eat the napkin? All right, so Watt EV aims to operate 12,000 electric trucks as a service and charging network to support them by 2030. So this is like Penske or any of the other truck rental places that they'll rent you your truck. They own the equipment. You pay them for the utility of it all, and they also give you a place to charge it, and they do the servicing, and they take all the risk of the capital purchase, which is good. So for our Bakersfield facility, we're going with 16 MCS connectors for uh, MCS connectors and 64 240-watt CCS connectors. So there'll be 4 containerized solutions going in there. That is cool. So they'll have charging for 64 trucks right there at that one site. So I'm going to include a link to that article here so you guys can read the whole interview if you'd like. Did you just throw up on me? Oh, you're trying. I'm trying. She moved the bib and then made gurgly noises. You're violent. You chose violence this morning, didn't you? Yeah. All right, so we talked about the GigaPress. All right, so this one is in line with electrifying all the things, but it's not a road vehicle at all. So Works, they want you to enjoy their gas-like power with the 584 Nitro 880-volt 21-inch electric mower with the green deals of the day for May 31st. So the electric mowers are nothing new, especially the battery electric mowers. But what is a new claim is that it's the same as a gas power. I think that Ego just did that on their latest refresh of the 21-inch mower, that it puts out the same power as the gas mower. But you don't always need all of that. But if you do, now it's available. Yes? You don't feel better yet? Oh, you're going to throw up on me. I can feel it. Here, let's get this. Gotcha. She said, watch me move this with my hands. All right, so they're charging just $584 on Amazon. And so you can take a look at that if you need yourself an electric mower that or your last electric mower doesn't have the power that you need, then you can recycle your old one to a family that still has a gas one. Assuming that yours isn't broken. Oh, I knew you would do it. I knew you would do it. All right, so yes, sweetie. Are you tired? Why are you licking the thing? Nah. Nah. Stellantis and Toyota have decided to expand their partnership with a large commercial van. It'll be produced in Poland and Italy, where there'll be an electric version. So here's the current Stellantis Fiat van. But as I said, Stellantis has a lot of vans. They just changed the nose out for whoever supposedly makes it. Bruce says everything I'm making comes from Ego: chainsaw, trimmer, leaf blower, string trimmer, tiller, except my riding mower. I love the Ego system. Yeah, same here. Like I even have like a pole saw because we had to cut the tree in the front for the ice this year. And I've got the Ego battery backup, but I don't recommend that one for most people because there's no way to recharge it while you use it. So a couple people are like, oh, well, I don't need a UPS. Yeah, you don't need it as a UPS. However, it does have a solar module, and if you plug the solar module in and then give it sun, it'll stop discharging into your house. So it's like I got to unplug the panels while it's sunny out, but now what am I going to do at night? The battery's going to be empty. So for them, what I think is kind of cool is that it gives you an extra boost. If you find one on like a used one or find a good deal on one, you can use it with all your batteries from your ecosystem. You can use them to help give you an extra boost for whatever's going on during a power outage, or if you need to run some 120 at like a job site for a little bit or something like that. So it's not a bad product. It's just without the updates they need. Like literally, I think they could do it with a software update, but if they can't, then they need to do it for the next version where if your solar is coming in, then it needs to not turn off. It doesn't have to be a full-on whole house UPS like this other one. That's a bit excessive, but if you get DC coming in, you should be able to put DC into the batteries, no problem. I understand AC to AC is much more robust and expensive, so I don't fault them for that. I do fault them for when the sun comes up, that all of a sudden your CPAP machine turns off, or your camp refrigerator turns off. It's like uh, that's kind of defeating the purpose of this thing. What's the point of having a solar plug-in if the solar turns off the discharge? And yes, that's another $5 part for chips, but at the price they're charging for the thing, $5 is you're not going to miss it. Oh yeah, so they're going to do this partnership, and it's planned for 2024, and it's their first entry into large size commercial vehicles, as it looks like Toyota is, or at least this partnership is. And this is one way for them to get into the electrified situation before the law catches up with them, as we saw that Honda is going to do it just in time for 2030. But if you can start a little early, like Toyota and Fiat are doing here, it'll help go a long way. Thanks, Pops. All right, so almost done. We got a couple more articles to go. Let's see. So we talked about this one on what drives us, but I didn't talk about it here. So I'll just mention the headline and we'll go on. Aptera says it has 22,000 reservations for their solar EV. The model goes between 250 to 1,000 miles of claimed range and will cost between $25,900 and $44,900, and ships this year. And then with the solar power, it can recharge itself. Depending on how much you take out of it, you might not ever need to plug it in. Oh, so if you want a referral code for the Aptera, check down in the description below. I've got a Aptera referral code. And charge plans, California charging hub with retail and restaurants. So this is a real estate developer, and they're going to have like restaurants and just basically the whole concept of the maybe not the movie theater, but the destination charging facilities, which is good. So you charge where you already want it to be. 2,500 square foot vacant drive-through retail space will be leased to quick service restaurant and upgraded to include outdoor lounge and waiting area. Not bad. So this one in particular, it looks like it's going to be like it looks like in the format of a McDonald's, but it could be anything. So this one is more for, based on where it is, more for a convenient travel place, like the Tesla rest areas. Aptera now has more than 23,340 reservations as of yesterday. That is incredible. And Bruce says I should probably introduce myself as a volunteer brand ambassador, pre-order holder, and small investor. I always like more disclosure because then you know you can decide if you want if what the person is saying is based on their commitments or not. That's why I always disclose what's going on with me as well. So yeah, I like that they did the volunteer ambassador thing. That was pretty cool because a lot of companies they don't reach out, and then it makes them more accessible. And then because you're out in places of the net that they might not be in, you're able to answer questions, field questions that you don't have. You can get them up to them and get them back to the people. It's really cool. Plus, you get the nice little swag bag as well, which is cool. And then, as being an investor, that I disclosed my little onesie twosie shares in some of these companies, and I don't think my little 1 share is going to color me, but if it matters to people, I want them to know that I've got the 1 share. I don't have any shares in Aptera. I just have the reservation. So this is another one I put on What Drives Us. This is a adventure bike, and Russell informed me that the adventure bike is becoming a rather full category, and he thinks that they're too heavy for what they do. And I thought it looked cool, but I'm not a biker, so this wasn't as cool as I thought it was, but it's still electrifying all the things. So if you already wanted one of these big adventure bikes, now you can get one with a battery. All right, we talked about the Interpress. Talked about the Interpress. Talked about the Interpress. I don't know how I got it like 8 times. Yes, sweetie. All right, so then let's go back to trucks. You are tired. You can go to sleep. It's okay. All right, so the Mercedes-Benz e-Actos long-haul prototypes will hit the road in 2022. Bruce says the present investment round closes tonight at midnight. All right. So yeah, if you wanted to invest in Aptera, it's not an investment show, but if that is something you're interested in, it is good to know that it closes tonight. And you should probably message Bruce about how to get in there, or search for Aptera investment, and then get yourself in there before it closes if you're into that. So the e-Actos long-haul prototypes will hit the road in 2022. I think the reason I didn't do the last one was they had a minimum investment, and I wasn't there for that. I'll have to look again, because I still can't swing too much, because we got a medical bill to pay. But if it's play money, I can put a little play money into it. The 40-ton e-Semi is designed for around 500 kilometers, or 311 miles of range, and has megawatt charging. And it looks like a stormtrooper. So I think that again, electrify all the things. Having more choices in your e-truck is great, because having only 2 or 3 options might not work for every company. But if every company makes one, then everybody's covered. This goes without saying. And then they've also got the smaller e-Actros and the e-Sonic. That's a mouthful with a double E. That one is currently in trash truck form, which is really cool. So we'll keep track of this one as it comes further along from prototype stage to production intent to it being on the road. This article on Autoblog Green is about what it's like to drive the Zevo 600. So FedEx, Walmart, and Verizon are among those place orders for delivery this year. And it's exactly what I need, he claimed, pulling a card out of his wallet. He pulled away and he shouted that his plumber friend was also interested. Yes. Of course, I always go back to tiny houses and campers. So it uses the same Ultium batteries as Hummer, Cadillac, and Chevrolet. And they note that while designing the van, it interviewed not just fleet managers and companies, but also drivers. So that's why it's set up so well. So it's 250 miles range. That's plenty when you consider that this is a local delivery vehicle. That's plenty. I like it. I wonder how much it costs. Okay, there's another shot of the interior. Estimating the efficiency, though, is some hard work, as BrightDrop would not share the capacity information. That's not too surprising, considering its GM reticence to disclose the gross capacity of the Hummer EV. Yeah. What we do know is that it uses 20 Ultium modules, and the Hummer EV uses 24 of those modules. So it actually has a smaller battery than the Hummer EV. Interesting. All right, so some quick math shows the usable capacity of the Hummer EV at 212.7 usable kilowatt hours. And based on that figure, the usable capacity, assuming they use the same parameters, of each Ultium module is 8.9 kilowatt hours. With 20 modules on board, the Zevo 600 has an approximate capacity of 178 kilowatt hours. Not bad. Although it might be a little higher based on its charge rates. The Zevo 600 was actually the first Ultium vehicle to hit the roads. Well, it uses the same architecture as the Hummer. The Zevo 600 beat the gigantic electric truck to the streets. Let's see if they have a dollar sign in here. I'm curious how much the thing costs. Oops, got to put in the right tab. How is this not the perfect vehicle to replace most mail trucks? Considering we don't know the price, we do know that it's comparable to the e-Transit at 45 grand. Even if it was 20K more, it'd still be a great deal. Yes, instead of all those fossil trucks that DeJoy has ordered. I would give that guy a down vote. It's not true. Electric is way easier than putting out more gas. All right, so moving on. Politics. All right, so if you're in Slovakia, Tesla has ended your free supercharging offer. Pay up. After nearly 3 months, Tesla then did their free supercharging offer in Poland and Slovakia. In early March, they decided not to bill owners for plugging into any of the 9 superchargers in Poland or 4 in Slovakia to allow them to travel to a safer location if they're in an area impacted by Russia-Ukraine conflict. Oh, okay, so I see what this is. So this is just like they always do when there's a disaster or major event in an area. They give away free supercharging left and right, just to make it safe for everybody who needs to get out. And so for anybody who was affected by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, they made it easier for you to evacuate to someplace safer in your Tesla so you could get out without having to pay supercharging fees. But now they said, hey, everything's back, which this conflict invasion has been going on for 100 days plus now, so I can understand, from a business perspective, that's plenty of time to left. And at some point, you got to turn the feeder back on. I get it. Here's an article of a Tesla convoy helping Ukraine refugees get to Ireland. There you go. Oh, that was the Swedish food. Oh. So speaking of solar power stations, this one came up. This one is the Blue Yeti. The Blue Yeti. Or somebody else called it Blue ET. Either way, I call it Blue Yeti, as do many American speakers. It comes with a 100-watt USB-C, and it can light up your off-grid adventures. It also takes solar, just like most of these boxes do these days. So you get one USB-C 100-watt and 2 USB-A 3 amp, and a couple of AC outlets for input. Let's see if we get another picture of the thing. So 268 watt hours, 12 amps. Lithium iron phosphate. You get 2 120 outlets, 1 12-volt socket, 2 12-volt barrel plugs, the 5521, the 5.25 millimeter outlets. You get 1 100-watt USB-C, 2 USB-As we talked about. You get 1 max wireless charging pad, so 15 amps for iPhone, Samsung, whatever. And it weighs just 10.14 pounds or 4.6 kilograms. I didn't see it mention the solar. Most of these have solar. Let's see. Searching in the wrong place again. Optional solar panels or a combination thereof. Okay. Yeah. I bring this up because we're getting into hurricane season, and It's always nice to have a little bit of power on the go. Plus, if you have the solar panels, you can do a little bit of your own energy arbitrage and remove some of your load from the grid. So, like in my case, I can take the office offline, which is pretty cool. And Nico Rosberg is amazed by the Mercedes EQXX, but not allowed to drive it. So we'll skip it. I talked about the Energica motorcycle. Tesla is considering adopting Apple's AirPlay to improve audio quality. Let's see if I can pull this. If it'll do it the way I want it to. There we go. Of course it didn't. Well, yeah, there we go. So, yeah, I know it's pretty darn great to be able to talk to people from all walks of life. I love that we can request Tesla features and it might be added, like this. The speaker system in Teslas is so good, but we are limited by the quality of Bluetooth. Could we have AirPlay added? It adds the ability for lossless streaming. The hardware necessary is already there. And, or better yet, Chromecast, better sound quality than AirPlay, and we can send our video games through the screen. Yeah. But the tweet I wanted is clearly not there. So let's see if not there at all. There it is. So there's the Elon Musk tweet. He says, "We'll discuss this and other improvements with Tesla audio engineering. The new S and X sound system is incredible." Well, as the guy said, it's kind of hard to hear it through your Bluetooth. She's going to sleep halfway, like sideways. Can we get the cameras to show up when the blinker turns on Legacy S and X? The answer to that is likely. We saw this with Green the Only. In fact, let's go check out Green's Twitter. There was something that showed up that I didn't see the other day. Congrats to all those are being accepted in the FSD beta as is, as it's being expanded now. Something has not happened in the while in the US. Looks like a Legacy S and X are getting the pretty style Viz, which I've seen in my car. I think we talked about this on the show last time. So let's one day and has no idea what it's doing. Yeah, people that assess progress by YouTube videos and online comments live in a different world from people who actually try to get it. That's for sure. But also, in my case, you have to give it, let it sleep a night on it, and it'll get better. I don't know why. Well, insurance companies like Progressive, with their snapshot offering, are basically in that business. There are little ADAS on TV or ads on TV about this point. Yeah, but Tesla insurance uses the same thing, but directly from the car. I've seen safety score related lawsuits already. Yeah, I think we talked about one of them last week. All right, whatever. Let's see. I think you're talking about gaming the safety score. Just argument about safety scores. All right, so moving on. Paste it over here. Bloomberg is saying that Hyundai has a climate dilemma at one of its world's top car plants. The activists argue that the automaker's proposal for a liquid natural gas power station contradicts a pledge to switch to renewables. Yes, because liquefied natural gas is not a renewable; it's a fossil fuel. So, what are you going to do? I mean, it's counter to what you said you're going to do. All right, more IdraPress. Politics. Elon saying stuff. I'll skip that. Mercedes e-Actos. Oh, losing features. Oh, gaining features. Hey, how are you doing? Good afternoon. All right, so this one is kind of on the edge of what we talk about here. It's a post from Holmars says that it's from the LA Times. Profiles of homeless people in Los Angeles is not who you'd expect. And in this thread, wherever the rest of it went, he talked about a union guy who, even though he's homeless, he still has to scrape together the money for his union dues. Otherwise, he loses his pension. And it was just something more to think about. So I'll put a link to the tweet here so you can read the article and then find the more interesting bits the of the discussion there, because I forgot to pull out the important threads again, and now Twitter's doing the thing where it shows me what it thinks is important. Are you hungry? Again? Surely you're not tired because you woke up. Hey, sweetie. Do you want more milk? A yes or a no? Yeah? Okay, here you go. It's right here. Nom, 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 nom. Good milk? I'm glad you like it. Okay. What's next after the union dues homeless guy? I think this is most of them. So let's look at this one from Tasmanian. Tesla files a patent on colored photovoltaic roof tiles, which makes sense because when we first were introduced to the Tesla solar roof, they showed us the black tile that we have today, the black texture tile. They showed us black smooth tiles, which we haven't seen yet. Seems to be the next easy way to do it because you're not even texturing the glass anymore, just glass. And then they also showed us off slate and terracotta. So both of those would need to be colored to have the slate texture, and the terracotta texture as well would need to be orange. So they filed a patent on it. On May 27th, called colored photovoltaic roof tiles, which refers to the PV tiles and how to give them different colors. They describe pouring one or more layers of sealant around the solar cells and with a pigment to change the cosmetic appearance of the roof tile, making it more suitable for customer liking. Yeah. Okay. Gotta run. Thanks for all the latest AV news and great job. Yeah. So also, this is my last article. So we got some pre-recorded videos coming out, and I've got some surprises in store for our patrons and channel members and Zachary, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you, everybody. Also, thank you, Zachary and And Marcus for the donations. We really appreciate it. We'll catch you on the flip side.